Good evening.
Good evening, Jacob.
Hello.
Shh. Good evening, everyone. I'm calling to order the special session meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, October 6, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. Ms. Manousis, roll call, please.
Mayor Alahouzes? Vice Mayor Carr?
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Here.
Commissioner Donovan?
Here.
Commissioner Batagiotis?
Here.
Thank you.
Due to the extension by the governor, the meetings will continue to be conducted by video conferencing and provide for public comments to protect the public and employees until further notice. And now we're going to the public comments on the items that were not going to be discussed tonight. If anyone has any comments, please come forward or state your name and your address for the record, and you'll be given 4 minutes. Ms. Manousis, have we got any emails?
No emails were received.
Thank you. Mr. Jeff, do we have anyone wishing to speak?
If there is anyone who would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, we go to the item number 1, which is the ordinance 2020-27, impact fees. This is a second reading. Mr. Attorney, would you please read the ordinance?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is ordinance 2020-27, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Administration, Article 6, Impact Fee for Police, Fire, Parks and Recreation, and Library Services, specifically Section 2-92, by decreasing or maintaining at the same level for the police, fire, library, parks and recreation, and general government impact fees, providing for repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the Code of Ordinances of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, and providing for the effective date of this ordinance. Ordinance 2020-27 was legally advertised, published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only on September 9th, 2020. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Mr. Licur, this is the second reading. Do we have any new information?
Mr. Herring, do we have any other information for him on this item?
No, like I said, it's a second reading with the recommended fees as mentioned in the impact fee study presented September 8, 2020 at the first reading. The residential fees will be decreasing and the non-residential fees will be maintained at the current fee. The impact fees recommended in the study comply with Florida Statute 163.31801. And the effective date will now be October 7th, 2020. And I'm available for any question, and our consultant is also online in case you have any questions for him. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but I think this is a great thing for people to start building more houses. Vice Mayor Carr, do you have any comments?
No, I have no further comments.
Commissioner Terrapini?
No comments, Mayor.
Commissioner Donovan?
No comments, Mayor.
Commissioner Vaticius?
Yes, Mayor. I asked the city manager to include a memorandum in the backup concerning the aspect of the ordinance where it allows a third party, in particularly the engineer use record, the construction cost index, to be dictate what our increase is going to be without the commission knowing about it. I asked the city attorney if he could provide me some simple language that would update that to at least give us some notice beforehand so we know what the increase is going to be. And he did that, and I included that in the memorandum. It's kind of straightforward in the same language as the ordinance. And I'd like to ask the commission's consideration in making that change as I've shown in the memorandum.
Okay, thank you. Next is public comments. Ms. Jacobs, have we received any emails?
No emails were received, Mayor.
Mr. Jump, do we have anyone that is wishing to speak?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. It's back to the commission.
Mayor,
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
are you going to say the same thing I'm saying, Ron?
yeah, we usually think about the same way. No.
Okay, you go ahead and start.
I was going to request that since when we get the index, it's from August to August, and sometimes by September 15th, we might not have that index. So I was just hoping maybe we could, instead of putting September 15th in the date, if we could put September 20th or September 25th, and by then we should be able to get the index. So just be pushing it back about 5 or 10 days.
I'm okay with that.
Or simply a clause when it becomes available. Again, we were worried that's what I was going to bring up too. Sometimes it's not the 15th. So either that or 15th or the earliest dates is available. Either of those languages are fine with us.
Okay. If we don't have any more comments, the chair will entertain a motion.
Well, I move to approve the ordinance with the change that was stipulated by the city manager and also the change that I had provided in my memorandum to the commission.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Next is item number 2, South Spring Boulevard topographic survey data collection options. Staff report, Mr. Licorice.
Yes, I'll Bob Robertson start off with the report on this.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Bob Robertson, Project Administration Department Director. For this item, we're asking for the board's approval to move forward with one of 2 options to proceed with data collection in the vicinity of South Spring Boulevard along the corridor there. As a first step towards exploration of options for pedestrian safety and potentially drainage improvements, we need to obtain topographic survey and soil borings along the corridor. This is the data that would be needed to begin exploring a comprehensive solution. So there are 2 areas we would like to look at, and I'd like to just briefly share my screen with you. Give you an aerial overview here. I'll give that a second to appear. What you see on your screen there is one I've labeled as Area A in your backup, and it starts up at Craig Park up here, all along South Spring and to Whitcomb Boulevard, terminating here at Carolina Avenue, where it becomes county right away. What we're asking to do with Area A is the survey and geotech work for a total of just over $38,000. And that is Area A, focusing on the area between the right-of-way and the shoreline. The funding for this would come from penny reserves, as it is not included in this year's budget. While we're doing Area A, if you approve it and we move forward with it, we'd also like to consider approving Area B, which would be the intersection here at MLK, Pineapple, and South Spring. And I'll move to another screen to show you that. This would be Area B. And again, looking to do survey and geotechnical work for this area, at a cost of $24,765. And this work is funded by the penny and is a part of the design work for this intersection that was included in this year's budget by the BOC. I'd like to point out that this work would support any intersection drainage and safety improvements, whether it's a four-way stop or becomes a roundabout, as we've been discussing. And there's no urgency to including Area B with Area A, since it will be included in the upcoming design effort anyway, but we thought it might be prudent to get this taken care of all at once if the board was comfortable proceeding with it that way. So the two options we're asking you to consider would be option one, which would be going ahead and just doing the work for Area A, survey and geotech work for $38,000. Or option two would be approving us to move forward with both, and the combined cost for doing both would be just under $63,000, $62,865. So with that, I will stop for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, I appreciate the discussion that we had the other day in regards to West Side Spring Boulevard and also the intersection. I got a couple questions I would like to ask. The data topographical survey for the Area B that you're proposing is necessary regardless what design we choose to have, right?
That's
It's
correct.
something that we must have?
That's correct. Whatever option we go with, or whatever type of design that winds up ultimately being, we're going to need this work to start with.
We're going to need that, okay. The other question that I have, is there any savings and how much if we do both A and a B at the same time?
The savings are minimal. It's probably about 10% or so. What we're saving is essentially the mobilization cost of the survey and geotech crew, so they don't have to mobilize twice. So it's marginal, really not much.
The survey doesn't have any expiration, does it?
No, I mean, you know, things would change over a long period of time, but probably on the time scale we're considering doing work, I think this will be a valuable effort no matter what we choose to do out there eventually.
Okay, thank you. My third and last question is Mr. LaCourse to Mr. Herrick. The Area B is Funder, which is the intersection, but the Area A, which is the South Spring Boulevard, is not budgeted, and funding will come from the unassigned penny reserves. Can you please tell us or remind the audience how much do we have available in unassigned penny funds?
Yes, Ron Herring, Finance Director. Currently, there's about $271,000 available in the penny fund.
Okay.
And Mayor, we did know it towards the end of budget time that we needed that money in there and was looking. We would have got it from somewhere else, but we were pretty assured during the process that we would have that money, enough of that money left to do it there, which is why we didn't cut something else for the budget and put it in, or else we'd have probably done that because this is something necessary we had to do. So when we knew we were going to be in the area of $240,000 or so left, that's where we had intended, even during the end of the budget process, where we would get that money too, because it's essential. And my recommendation is to do both. I'd like to see all the facts in front of us immediately than waiting. So I would strongly prefer to do both of them together, so we have all the facts laid out before we begin, you know, the several different options or things we may look at. I'd really like them have them all together to look at and do them together.
If we do them together, it'll be $62,865, right?
Yes.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to go to Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. In this situation, I think it makes sense to have all the data to evaluate South Spring and the intersection all at one time. So I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Terrapini.
Thanks, Mayor. So Bob, in the backup, it talks about on the front page, you know, it basically details more than just a survey and soil borings. So are all of those things that are bulleted included in what you're proposing as it relates to the wetland jurisdictional line, the stormwater utilities, inverts, et cetera?
Yes, sir. All of that is included.
So, and then who is going to submit the wetland findings to have it recorded with SwiftMud, us or the consultant?
We'll have the consultant do that for us.
Okay. And basically, as it relates to A or B, A is needed to help us progress with whatever we're going to do there, regardless of what option we would potentially pick with the Army Corps, correct?
Yes.
And then also, if we were to do something at the intersection of MLK, there was talk about the connection basically at kind of the foot of the bridge. So at a minimum, to make that project connect, we would need to have that data, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is more than a little bit more than the first official starting point for whatever projects take place on in these areas, right?
You could call it that. I think so.
Yeah. I mean, I know that we've done, some citizen surveys and things like that, but I mean, everybody is anxious to do something here, but regardless of what we do, we have to have this data available to us, right?
Yes.
And did it say in the backup, this is just something that we would send out to bid, or are we on contract with George F. Young?
We would use our engineer of record contract, and they would sub the survey services and all the other items there to George F. Young, and the geotechnical engineering services, the soil borings, to a specialist. Gotcha.
And then in the backup, it says that funding for Area B is provided already in the 2021 budget for that intersection. If we group it together, can we pay for the whole 62,865 out of that same source? Maybe that's a Ron question.
I'm sure Ron can answer it, but the funding is from both sources, is from penny funds for those projects, Ron?
Well, that's the 127,000 you got budgeted for the design. So I'm not sure what else you're going to need for that. Out of that South Spring 127,000.
So probably best just to keep the B cost at 24,000 in that allotment.
Correct.
Yeah, that's where it would come from. Yes, sir.
And then just for a little bit more explanation in terms of the penny reserves as stated, what does that mean, reserves? That just means penny money that was left over in the budget for fiscal year 2021, correct?
Exactly. It's just money available.
Right. Got it. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you, Mr. Robertson, for the detailed backup that answered most of my questions. If you could just touch on a little bit briefly about how some of this information might pertain to future efforts to help flooding in that area.
Certainly. It gives us the baseline elevations of what the ground level is, but it also does, it does it's called subsurface utility engineering, or SU work, where we are able to locate utilities that are in the area to avoid them with installation of future infrastructure. It also picks up the elevations of the storm pipes and storm outfalls so that we know where those things are, and if they need to change or if we need to make adjustments. So it's a pretty comprehensive data collection package.
Okay. Again, appreciate all your effort on this one, and I support option 2, doing both of them at the same time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Curtis?
Thank you, Mayor. I also support option 2. I do have some basically observations. I've done a little research ahead of time. I would hope you accept what I'm saying. If not, I've got some exhibits that I can show you. But this particular intersection, MLK, Spring Boulevard, and Pineapple Street, is basically ground zero for flooding in Tarpon Springs. At the very high reliable data obtained from NOAA shows that this intersection is going to flood first before any of the others that we've talked about in the past, including Dodecanese and Athens and Canal, Reed, so forth. I've got that as an exhibit I can show you. And we're pretty much, and we've seen some flooding, and it's also these other intersections, not just this one, are on pretty much a hit list for recurring flooding in the city, as reported through some databases that NOAA keeps track of as well. So I think it's important that we address this intersection first. I'd actually love to do the in-ground pumping station at Dodecanese and Athens Street. This intersection is ripe for that as well. We've got the triangular piece there at the corner that could serve as kind of a sump slant retaining pond for the runoff, and then it would have room enough for an in-ground pumping station as well for that. But we need to take it one step at a time. The other part, the part A actually is consistent with what the commission had directed to do earlier, that we were going to come back in December 8th for, was to have some information concerning an approach for that, those several options for dealing with the riprap. So that's consistent with that. The only heartburn I'm having is the price tag, and George F. Young is a very fine engineering firm. They do excellent work, and I know this is being subbed through our engineer of record, which we have a level of effort contract. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know how the commission would feel. I don't know that there's any urgency to this. Certainly, there isn't urgency to the second part of the Part B, as the city manager or Mr. Robertson had stated. I'd like to hear whether there's any interest in putting this out to bid and seeing if we can bring it in cheaper, given that we're eating up a whole lot of money on this thing, although it is important. Maybe Mr. Robertson can comment on that. I just don't know. I think that the amount that we're being asked for, $62,800, $62,865 is quite a bit of money. And I would think that typically we would put something like this out to bid anyway, but I just don't have enough experience yet, having been on board for about 6 months, to be able to address this any further. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to make sure, are you supporting the A and the B?
I'm supporting, yes.
Okay.
It's case, well, I'm not sure A and B. Yes, complete area, option 2 is what I'm supporting. Complete area A and B for the price of $62,865. I would like some discussion and maybe some comments from the staff concerning whether there was any, whether they think that we would do better by putting this out to bid rather than going through our level of effort contract with George F. Young at this time.
Okay. Well, let's go to public comments. We'll come back to that again. Ms. Manousis, do we have any emails on this item?
No emails were received.
Thank you. Mr. Jeb, do we have anyone that is wishing to speak? Mr. Jones?
You there?
I'm sorry. Yes, we do have someone who would wish to talk. Please state your
Yes.
name and address for the record.
Panayiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. We're going to spend $38K on surveying the road over there. And then for Area B, we're going to spend another $25K. And then you guys want to spend $127K for a design. Well, just a reminder, and this is a fair warning, don't design a roundabout. The citizens of Tarpon Springs do not want a roundabout. Please remember the bike trail that needs to come through that we were supposed to have from the 90s needs to mesh well, all of it coming together. And months back when this was proposed, I made a post about this intersection for a test of citizen engagement on the Tarpon Springs community page, and it was an overwhelming no to the roundabout. It's clear some commissioners do what they want without listening to the citizens who elected them. It seems a vast majority of citizens want the flooding fixed from South Spring Boulevard through the intersection around Whitcomb Boulevard and still want the four-way stop signs. The boardwalk idea can wait, especially with the expected cost, and we must keep our small town charm at all costs. I promise if any of you commissioners would have ran and included this in your campaign, I don't think you would have won, because that's how much the citizens don't want this, And I just need you commissioners, whoever's responsible for bringing this up, I just need you to be able to articulate your stance and your reasoning, behind this roundabout. What's pushing you guys to go through with this? Is there some big money investor, egotism? You guys want to be monument commissioners? I don't know, but the Army Corps of Engineers needs to be our best friend. I mean, we put those rocks in there, the riffraff, and we may need them to come back to see if we have to remove that stuff. You guys want to build a boardwalk over there, but you're going to build the boardwalk before the the flooding gets fixed on the South Spring Boulevard. So you've heard from school bus drivers, truck trailer, boat trailer drivers regarding this roundabout. So with all due respect, do what the citizens want. Let's make a four-way stop sign and keep our small town charm at all costs. Thank you.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody else?
If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. It's back to the commission. Commissioner Vaticius had some concerns about the intersection. Anybody wants to comment on that?
I have a comment, Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner Terrapin.
My only comment is just as it relates to the cost and expense, and that's why I asked the question that I did in terms of what all the cost includes. And I think it's important to try and make a point in terms of like us knowing where our utility, some of our utility lines and some of the locations that we're saying we don't know, and the outfall levels and things like that. And the point I'll make is that you're talking, it seems odd that we wouldn't already have that information available to us, but for the commission's consideration, this is one of the oldest parts in town. In a lot of cases in the old neighborhoods, we don't have great accurate GIS mapping. And I think that that's one of the biggest value adds here that I see is some additional GIS mapping that help us tremendously, not just with this project, but projects into the future. And I always look forward to trying to encourage more mapping services in these areas that are, this one's a little bit different, but in and around the urban core for redevelopment purposes. And so I don't think the price is too out of line with what I feel like we see up here on a regular basis.
Do we have any other comments?
Mayor, I just wanted to follow up on, not necessarily Commissioner Terrapini's. I appreciate what he's saying. And that's basically the information I'm looking for as well. I do have some other comment related to the comments that were made earlier. May I proceed?
Sure, you go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Just wanted to follow up Mr. Coulia's comments. I know the city manager and I've had some conversations. At some point, City Manager LaCourse, I think you told me you're going to come back with another agenda item concerning the intersection, separate agenda item concerning the intersection, or was I mistaken about that? Concerning what you wanted to do, or not you, but what the commission was, what they want to do with the intersection proceeding with this additional design that Mr. Coulia was talking about.
Yes, after we got all this information, if you approve these two and we get all that information back, I think we should talk about that again.
Okay, so that would be before any additional funds are going to be spent in that area. We would be looking at the data and then kind of a discussion and then reaffirm or change plans, whatever, but that would be at some point in the future.
Correct. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted A and B to do both of them together, so we could have all the information in front of us when we make the final decision.
Yeah, and just to follow up, Commissioner Terrapini's, I know the product, the work product that we obtain from these surveys could be provided to us in a variety of formats. And I would hope that, and I know George F. Young, knowing them, they're probably up to speed on a lot of the technology. I know we could probably get it in the format that would feed right into our GIS system, as well as paper copies, and which would be old school. So I would leave it up to staff to take on board what Commissioner Terrapini's comments were, and making sure that that information, whatever is produced, is really available to our GIS system without our staff having to spend a whole lot of time manipulating it, trying to make something that would work for us.
Yeah. Before I ask for motion, I'd like to again repeat what I asked earlier, that regardless what design we select for the intersection, we're still going to need this test anyway. So yes, we need to go forward with that, and I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve option 2.
Second.
And roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticius?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor Alahouzos?
Yes, thank you. Next is item number 3, which is the resolution 2020-001, 20-63, Resolution 2020-63, ratified executive orders. And City Attorney, if you please read the resolution.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, this is Resolution 2020-63, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, ratifying Executive Order 2020-32 and extending the declaration of local state of emergency to September 22, 2020, and Executive Order 2020-33 and extending the declaration of the local state of emergency to September 29th, 2020, and providing for an effective date hereof.
Mr. Licorice, do you have anything that you'd like to share with us?
Just that the county just reapproved the extension of the emergency order, I believe today, I believe this morning. So as long as they extend it, we need to extend the executive order, and with the circumstances, even with phase 3, I think it's the wise and prudent thing to do.
Thank you. Are there any commission comments?
I have one, Mayor.
Sure.
City Manager Licorice, I heard a date kind of tossed around today about November 1st as some kind of target date for having public meetings again. Is that something coming from you, or is that something that the staff's talked about?
That's something from the governor. In the governor's order, he's given a transition of October to transition back by November 1st to in-person meetings.
Okay, thank you. That's very good information, and it's important for our residents to know that too. Thank you.
We go into public comments. Ms. Manousis, have we got any emails on that?
No emails were received, Mayor.
Mr. Jeb, do we have anyone wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk.
Oh my, the seat is going.
And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, that concludes the agenda tonight, and we go to the staff comments. Police Chief?
No comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney?
No, thank you, Mayor.
City Manager?
No, not this time.
Ms. Manousis?
No comments, Mayor.
Thank you for being with us tonight.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Carr?
It looks like she's all the way from Greece, based in the background.
Is that Halki?
Yes.
Just one quick comment. I'm sure everyone knows that there's an election going on. I received my mail ballot. Just a reminder to the residents to get out and vote, support who you'd like to support, but it's just most important to get out and vote.
Commissioner Terrapini?
No comments, Mayor.
Commissioner Donovan?
No comments, Mayor.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'd just like everybody to know that I have received several phone calls from residents. They're complaining that our BOC meetings are too long, and we have very, very long unnecessary discussions that I would like to ask my fellow commissioners to make the comments and questions short and direct to the point. And again, appreciate everybody's cooperation. So that's the reception of the people, by the way. Thank you. And that concludes the special session meeting, and it's adjourned at 7:02 p.m. But we can't go home yet. We got another one. We are now going to the CRA meeting. I now call to order the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, October 6, 2020 at 7:03 p.m. Ms. Manousis, roll call, please.
Chair LaHousas?
Here.
Vice Chair Carr?
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Here.
Commissioner Donovan?
Here.
And Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. The first item on the agenda is the minutes. 8 September 3rd, 2020 CRA special session And B is September 15th, 2020 CRA special session. Are there any commission comments? Ms. Manusis, we go into public comments. Have we got any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Njab, do we have anyone that is wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone would wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, we need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
Yes.
Chair LaHousas?
Yes. Next is item number 2, award bid number 200160BAM, decorative street signpost poles. Staff report, Mr. Licouris.
Yes, this is our bid for our decorative street sign posts and poles. We'll be talking about it a little bit when we get down into item 4 of the CRA agenda. One thing to note about this bid is the lowest bidder did not provide a complete bid. So therefore, the recommendation is going with the second lowest bidder and for approval. And again, we'll talk more about these as we get down into 4. But recommend our approval for decorative street sign, post and poles.
This is very straightforward. I don't have any questions. Vice Mayor Carr, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Commissioner Terrapini?
I do. Mr. LaCourse, these are the same style light poles that already exist throughout the CRA and special area plan?
Yes.
Okay. And then I know we're going to talk about it later, but where are you putting all these poles? Or I'm sure some are just to have in backup and in the yard for when people run them over so we can replace, but where are they going?
A small number. They're going all over. Again, we'll have a presentation in the CRA 4. They'll be everywhere. As far as the money will go, we'll be upgrading those signs so they're throughout the CRA district.
Oh, I'm sorry. These are I misread it. I thought these were street lights, decorative street lights. My misunderstanding. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Donovan?
No comments. Happy to support it.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
I just wanted to confirm these are only for the CRA. Is that correct? Or just a historic district or somewhere else in town as well?
These that you're approving in this is the amount for the CRA district only because you're using CRA funds for this.
Okay. Do we need them anywhere else in town as well?
Yes, and we'll be working on those and bringing those back also.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Licouris, just got one quick question. Do we need any spare parts to be available for those sign poles?
Well, on checking these with the multiple vendors, I've been assured the parts are very easy to get. In this order, we will be saving some backups, but there's multiple vendors for these. So they are very, very easy to get as if we end up needing them. But we will also have in this, we'll keep some back as a supply and we'll always, keep some in reserve. So we don't have to go to the order process and, risk them being back or anything. So yes, they are readily available from multiple sources.
Okay. Ms. Manusis, we're going to public comments. Have we received any emails?
No emails were received, Mayor.
Mr. Jump, do we have anyone online that wishes to speak?
If anyone would wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr? Chair LaHousas?
Yes. Your microphone. Okay.
Chair LaHousas?
Yes.
Okay.
Next is item number 3, CRA overview. Mr. Licouris.
Yes, as we're starting out our new budget year, thought it'd be a good time to have Karen Lemons give a CRA overview to it. So I'll turn it over to her to give the presentation.
Okay, thank you. What I wanted to do before we go into the continuing projects is to just give an overview of the CRA, especially for the benefit of residents who may be listening and watching and maybe don't really understand what a CRA is or does. So I'm going to share my screen. Wait, can y'all see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, for the background, CRAs are guided by state statute. They are an economic development tool to revitalize areas within cities or counties. They can be designated a CRA if you can demonstrate that certain conditions of blight exist within a defined geographical boundary. Some of those conditions could be substandard structures or inadequate infrastructures. And if enough of those conditions exist and are demonstrated through a report that's called a findings of necessity, then the city gets approval to create the CRA. It does require county approval. The CRA has a lifespan of 30 years, and then the overall goal is to revitalize the area and bring life back into it. Our CRA was created in 2001. It has a total of almost 230 acres, 600 tax parcels. It's guided by the CRA master plan, which is a document that was written at the time that the CRA was established. And then the boundaries, as you see here on the map, are Mears Boulevard to the south, the Anclote River to the north, and then this is alternate 19, so it hugs alternate 19 to the east and west. And then it takes in a big area of the downtown from Spring Bayou east to Levis, which is the eastern boundary. And then again, among the goals are to revitalize, stimulate redevelopment, try to attract private investment into the area and build the overall tax base. And how the CRA works is redevelopment occurs through tax increment financing. When the CRA is established, the property values at that time are considered the base or the frozen year value. And then as you redevelop and property values rise, the money that is the difference between the base year and the current year or any subsequent years is called the increment. And then those dollars are deposited into what's called a CRA trust fund. And then those revenues can only be used within the boundaries of the CRA. So as the values grow, there are more dollars available to do more projects, and then also more dollars available to provide incentives for the private sector to undertake redevelopment projects. And the city has several incentives in place to stimulate redevelopment within the CRA. For example, we have parking exemptions. There's a parking exemption for specifically the downtown area, as long as you can show that you are within a 5-minute walk of any public lot. You do not have to provide parking for your project. There's also an exemption for retail. The retail is under 1,500 square feet. And in general, the CRA does have fewer requirements for parking than outside of the CRA. And that's done for a couple of reasons: to promote walkability, encourage the conversion of older residential buildings into commercial space. Example is the building at 301 East Tarpon that had been a residential home, had been converted to retail. And then we also encourage second floor residential mixed use. Then we have our 3 grants: the facade, the restaurant, and the building code grants. We're going to be talking about those a little bit later, so I'll save that for later. And then the CRA also has the ability to lease or sell land at below market rates for CRA-owned properties. The state statute allows this if you can demonstrate that the long-term economic benefits outweigh any short-term loss. So we look at the benefits such as property tax revenues that go back into the city, permanent jobs and wages that are created. This is something that, again, we can't do outside of the CRA, and it's a great tool for getting properties back onto the tax rolls. Current example that we are using for this right now is that vacant lot downtown. Without this type of incentive, we would not have been able to attract a developer to do a new mixed-use project there. We also used this tool twice before. We used it to lease, and eventually we sold the former police and fire station on Lemon Street to St. Somewhere Brewery, Silver King Brewery. And then we also sold the former Public Works building. That's that small blue building on Ring Avenue across from Johnny's to St. Somewhere. They renovated that, and it's now currently their brewing facility. So those two buildings are examples of buildings that had been owned by the CRA. They had been in poor condition, hadn't been used for decades. We recognize that they required thousands of dollars in renovation costs. And this was the incentive that was needed to be able to attract someone to purchase those properties and make the project financially feasible for them. The buildings are now back in the tax rolls, and we have new businesses. Also at that time, we went a step further. We created the municipal parking lot. So between all of those incentives, we were able to really rejuvenate that eastern area of the CRA. And then to take a look at the property values, obviously the goal is to increase the property values within the CRA. We talked about that base year. The slide shows that the base year property values were about 41 million. And in the tax year, the current tax year, they're about 96. So that's more than double the values over those 20 years. It's a 134% increase. And overall, we've been averaging 4.8% or almost 5% yearly since the base year. So with that, that's the overview I have. I can stop for questions or move on to the continuing projects.
Ms. Lemons, thank you for the presentation. You know, even though that it was an appetite in Tallahassee to eliminate this program, here in Tarpon Springs, this program, CRA program, has been very, very beneficial, very successful. Successful to continue redeveloping the area, attracting private investments and support our local businesses. Can you tell us what is the expiration date of the CRA? And what does it take if when during the expiration we'll have to reapply for it? How does that work?
Yeah, it expires in 10 more years. So we have a 10-year time frame. If we want to extend the years, we need to go back to the county and obtain county approval. And there's a process for doing that. And if we do want to do that, we probably should be starting that pretty soon, because the county has not currently been real amenable at extending CRAs or creating new ones.
Okay, when you say pretty soon, where do you think we should start? 10 years? Of course, we've got a long time yet, right?
Well, we can start internally by just reaching out to the county, getting the process down, just seeing what it would take to do it, and kind of feel them out for that.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Carr?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Karen, thanks for the update and kind of just detailing what the CRA actually is. So if the CRA were to expire in 2030 without being reapplied for, would those additional funds just be rolled into the general fund then, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we would probably try to use them all before that happens.
No, I'm sorry, for the tax. So you have the tax each year, and you talked about the base, and anything over the base goes into the CRA. So if the CRA is not there any longer, those taxes then would be going into the general fund. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so, okay. All right. Thank you. And I mean, I support the CRA as much as I can. I think it's done, we've seen tremendous growth in this area from private investors, and the city's done a great job, I think, in the CRA, and looking forward to seeing more items going into the CRA here in the near future.
Thank you. Commissioner Terrapini?
I don't have any comments other than just to reiterate what you said, Mayor, in trying to initiate the process to extend the life of the CRA.
Thank you. I think this is very important. It's been very beneficial to everybody.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have no questions. I just wanted to thank Ms. Lemons for the presentation.
Commissioner Vaticius?
No comments, Mayor.
Thank you. We go into public comments, Ms. Manousis. Any
No.
emails?
No emails were received.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody that is wishing to speak?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
The chair will entertain a motion.
What are we motioning on?
Is always one required for this, Mayor?
Just a
Well,
overview.
it is an item, might as well have approved it.
What are we approving?
The way, I guess we're approving what CRA is all about.
It's
Continue
Mayor,
our
it's just-
support.
it's
Or we
just
can
an
have
inf-
consensus.
It's just an information report. You can take a vote that you support what's been presented, but
Yeah.
there is no action item staff is requesting of you.
I'd rather have a motion that we're supporting the CRA, that we continue supporting the CRA.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion for item number 3 that we direct staff or city manager to work with staff and working with the county to extend the CRA past the cutoff for 2030.
Second.
And roll call.
Mayor, I've got a comment.
Go ahead.
I'll be honest with you, I don't know that there's going to be any issue. I just don't like doing this again on the fly without any kind of discussion before the public of why it's good, why it's bad, or any comments from the county or feedback from them of why they're not willing to pursue any renewals or new CRAs at this time. I don't mind making a motion to to accept what Mrs. Lemons is saying. I think, but to start moving ahead with extending the CRA is a different matter altogether. I just think we need more information on that for anything else other than the residents' interest in this.
Do we have any other comments? We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticius?
No.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
Yes.
Chair Alahouzes?
Yes, thank you. We are now going to the item number 4, fiscal year 2020 projects ongoing. We have 11 projects to talk about, so let's do one at a time and let's make sure that we have consensus. So, Mr. Licouris, I turn it over to you. The first one is wayfinding signs.
Yes, and the first, I think 3 or 4 are going to be Karen Lemons. So Karen, will you start with where we are? And again, the purpose of section 4 is to talk about projects that we've talked about at the, I believe, January and April CRA meetings and ones we've been working on. And we want to give you an update of where we are, which is pretty much close to completion on a lot of these, thank goodness. So we'll start with wayfinding signs and give us where we are in the update, Karen Lemons.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the wayfinding signs, the bid was awarded in August to Image Manufacturing Group out of Clearwater. CRA contribution was about $55,000. We have been talking with the contractor. We met on site with him a few times. The work is underway. The contract requires a completion within 180 days. I spoke with the contractor the other day. They're close to finishing their shop drawings and they should be getting those to us next week. Then we're going to have to approve and look them over. They're also sending us some hard copy physical samples for us to look at. And the fabrication period is about 8 weeks. So once we receive those shop drawings and the physical samples to take a look at, fabrication takes about 2 months. We're probably looking at January for the installation of the signs.
Finish, Ms. Lemons?
Yeah, is there any questions on that?
Well, I have a question. The 180 days to completion, is that including the installation?
Yes,
So that's the finished product of this project.
right. That was part of the contract that the signs need to be installed within 180 days. Yes.
Okay. And they have a list of all the locations where we want those signs to be?
Yes, they were here, physically went around with staff to all of the locations. We've confirmed all of the signs, all the poles. They're working right now on the not the fabrication. They're working on the colors, the color schemes, and they're getting those shop drawings and the samples to us.
Okay. Yeah. How long is the installation period? Do we know?
I don't know how long it takes to install them. The fabrication, like I say, you said was 8 weeks.
Okay.
He indicated that the installation would be then shortly thereafter. So, you know, they should be completed by the end of January.
The reason I'm asking that question is I would like to have them install the signs that directing traffic to downtown and to the Sponge Docks first, and then we can do the other signs later if we put a priority on that. Is that possible for them to do?
I'll let them know.
Thank you. That's all I have on that one. Vice Mayor Carr?
Hey, Mayor, I've got a couple quick questions for Ms. Lemons.
Sure.
Thank you. So there's a couple signs that are currently like covered by trees, or the poles there currently covered by trees. And I know the backup with the consultants that put together said that the sign should be within a certain amount of feet of trees and some other poles. And then also with the past ones, we had some issues with the poles overhanging the road where they got hit by vehicles and trucks. Can you confirm that staff has worked with this vendor to make sure that they're going to follow all the guidelines presented and I guess all the requirements by the consulting group that was hired to put this together?
Yes, there were 2 meetings that were held with the contractor with the staff and the staff that are actually out there doing the work, or sign people from Public Works. So they've identified all the sites. They're aware of the locations that need to be moved so that trucks don't hit them, or any areas with trees or anything that'll be taken care of so that the signs are very visible.
Okay. Did I understand that our Public Works staff is going to be installing these, or is this a sign company going to be installing these?
Sign company's installing them.
Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Terrapini?
No comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Donovan?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any comments or questions really, just as a quick note. I mean, I didn't support these signs the couple times we did vote on this. Matter of personal preference. I just don't think they look very good. I think there's too many of them. But I appreciate staff's work on this.
Okay. Commissioner Vitsikiotis?
I have no comments.
No comments. Next item is building plaques. Mr. LaCourse.
Yes, Karen will continue with historic building plaques.
All right, this is the project to really to preserve history and create a tourism element and interest for walking through historic areas of the city. There were 19 buildings that were identified, and these were identified through a booklet that the Department of Cultural and Civic Service had done several years ago called Tarpon Springs Walking Tour, and documented the history of a lot of the buildings in the area. The bronze plaque and with the logo and text you see here was approved by the BOC acting as the CRA. The text was also approved. We put together a packet for each of the building owners with this design, a property agreement for them to sign, and then the text suggesting if they wanted to make any changes or anything. So we do have 13 building owners that we have secured the agreements with. We put out a request for quotes, and those came back on October 2nd. And the work is underway. Access Awards Engraving is doing the work. They're out of Mount Dora for a price of $6,500. The six buildings that we didn't receive are planning on doing the plaques on their own. So the work has started. We should have, once we get the proofs back from the sign contractor, it'll be 4 weeks for fabrication. And when we get the plaques, we'll be working with the building owners to determine the best location on the building to place these. And that's all I have as an update on that.
Thank you. I have no questions. Vice Mayor Carr, do you have questions?
No, I don't.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Sure. Am I
I'm
muted,
sorry.
Mayor?
Commissioner Terrapini, did you say
Am
yes?
am I muted, Mayor?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Donovan,
No questions, Mayor.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
I do have some questions.
Sure.
These are for the historic district, and I know these are pre-approved and everything, and that's fine. Is there anything to keep anyone else within the historic district if they feel that their building is a contributing structure, or they feel it's historic in some way or another, to keep them from installing a plaque like this?
No, I would say we would welcome that. We worked with the Historical Society on these as well. So I would say if an owner of the building within the historic district wants to have a plaque on their building, they could contact us and we would work with them and the Historical Society to come up with some text for them.
I know this is the CRA, but do we have any plans on extending this to the Sponge Docks area? Or actually to the Union Academy neighborhood? I know we're going to do some building plaques there, but there may be some other buildings there that wouldn't be historic, such as the plaques that we're going to talk about, the historic state markers. But would that?
Yes, I've had some preliminary talks as I've been talking in the Union Academy neighborhood, and we are talking about future bringing something forward to identify historic places, present and past. So that will be something we'll be looking at in the future and working with some groups from the Union Academy neighborhood.
That's good. And the Sponge Docks as well.
Yeah, Sponge Docks as well.
The only other thing, and I've kind of ran across this during the, I forgot where it was, but there's a state law that prevents anyone, except if it's on official, what would you call it, business, city business, to use the logo. Are we talking about the logo being the seal, or is there some other separate logo that we're talking about?
Oh, that's the city logo.
The city seal.
The city seal would be on there, correct?
So some of these that are going to be installing their own plaques, I'd like for there to not be any issue that they do have permission from the city to be able to utilize the city logo seal without conflicting with any state statutes.
Yeah, there'd be no problem with that.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, that was all.
Okay, thanks. Next is the historic state markers, Mr. Licouris.
I'll have Karen continue with the next one.
Okay, these are the state markers that we've been talking about. The USCA, you identified 12 sites in the past. I've got them on the screen here. The sites in bold are the ones that are within the CRA, so it can be funded through the CRA. We have drafted the text. Thank you to the city library staff, and the Historical Society has worked on it with us. We've had it out on the website, and then we've had ongoing assistance from Tina Bukavalis on some of these. We're currently working on 5 applications to the state for Greektown, the Cultural Center, City Hall, Safford House, and the Ankle Key Lighthouse. The Greektown will be ready for submission to the state probably by the end of this week. So that will be the first one that we will be submitting. And then the marker that you see here on the right, the Tarpon Springs Historic District, that one was done a year or so ago. It was sponsored by Pinellas County. And so we are working with them right now on having a marker ceremony, marker placement ceremony, and putting that one up. So this is going to be a continuing project as we put these applications together and submit them to the state. The State Marker Council meets 3 times a year to approve applications. So once we get the submission in, then there'll be a delay with when they meet for approval. And then hopefully they'll all be approved. These 5 that we have here that are in process, those are all ones that are already on the National Register. So those are ones that we have a lot of detailed history and research that's already been done. A lot of that is required for the state application submittal. So that's why we chose those to do first. And that's what I have for there. I'm happy to take any questions.
Ms. Lemons, thank you. The only question that I have is the sponge pecking houses is very important to our culture and to our local history. Have we included any of those on the list?
Those are not on the list, no. Now for that too, we could, you know, we don't have to do a state marker. We could do, you know, a building plaque for that one as well. That's a local program that that we know will be approved.
Okay.
But if you'd like to do the sponge, we can add those to the list as well.
Okay. Well, I believe we don't have that many pecking houses left, but they are part of our culture and history. So I think they should be included somehow.
Okay.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. Karen, did I understand we only have 1 sign ready to be submitted? Is that right? Out of the 12?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When's the next meeting with the state? Do you know when the state meets next?
There's a meeting in October, so this application won't make it. The next meeting, I don't know. They don't have it on the website yet.
Okay. So when we talked about this a couple years ago, we talked about looking at the city properties and what was the easiest to get on city properties within the CRA and also the historic areas of Tarpon Springs. And then we talked about additionally more locations, but these were probably could be done with the least amount of, I guess, resistance because the city owns the property for almost all of these. But there are, I know I brought up some items during this year's budget and would like to see some additional signs be allocated if it's for the hospital, if it's for the golf course, and some of these other pieces around Tarpon Springs as well. I love these signs. When I go to different towns and different cities throughout the South, it's really great to see these. So whatever we can do to try to get as many as we can in the next approval process, I'm in full support of. So thank you for your help with moving these forward.
Commissioner Terrapini.
I don't have any comments, Mayor. I definitely support it. I just say that on the Sunset Beach, some of the backup, I don't have everything that's listed in my backup, but I see it on Ms. Lemon's screen. On the Sunset Beach historical marker, some of my local history knowledge is I want to say that was a American Legion. They had something to do with that early on. So just make sure that you in your research try and look into the American Legion and what they had to do with the Sunset Beach and try and make sure that they're included in honoring that site. As I'm pretty sure that it had a lot to do with some conference that they had here in the early 20s. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Donovan.
No real comments, Mayor. I'm just happy to support it. And I also echo the mayor's comments about the sponge warehouses.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Yes, Mayor. I'll be honest with you, I'm a little concerned. I picked up on what, I'd like to pick up on what Mayor Alous has brought up and also Vice Mayor Carr. I was not on the commission, but I sat through all the meetings when these were approved. There were a number of other sites that we tossed out onto the table. I had a couple, of course, I wasn't a commissioner at that time, and we would be assured that this would be the first part of identifying sites. And then there would be another follow-up to this. And I thought it was going to be this year, although we didn't do anything in the budget concerning these. What I'd like to do is kind of expedite this a bit. The state has some very strict and I would consider high standards for these markers. And there's probably going to be on our list of the 12 sites, there may be some that aren't going to cut the grade with the state. And I'd like to try and find out what those are going to be sooner rather than later, rather than going through the effort of trying to submit some application and maybe doesn't have all the information on it and it get rejected by the state, where we could have done something and followed up with our own local plaque commemorating and honoring that particular site without having to wait for the state to tell us that it doesn't really satisfy their standards. I mean, I do know that the two that I brought up, the mayor brought up the packing houses, which are extremely important. Vice Mayor Carr brought up the hospital, which I know is very important. The golf course, which is, I think, the first golf course in Pinellas County, or there may be more information on that. Commissioner Terrapini brought up Sunset Beach. I brought up the location of the first city where the city schoolhouse was that we signed our charter in 1887, and also where it's located right now. So there's a whole number of sites that are ready to go that are very historic and very visible locations. But I think that we're moving extremely slow with only, I guess what we're saying is that we've got one in, and here we're saying that I think we've got 5 ready in the process to submit to the state. And I just, maybe I'm a little impatient, but I think we need to figure out a way to expedite this process and have the city manager come back and with a program to do that, and then take into account some of the buildings that and other areas that we tossed on the table this evening. I just don't want to wait 4 or 5 years or 6 years for us to get through these 12 sites, and we're working on them. Mayor, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Licorice, do you need consensus on that?
Yes, if I get it, that'd be, I'm happy to do it, but yes, could I get consensus on that?
I'm a yes.
It's yes from me too. Commissioner Terrapini?
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Mr. Licorice, you got consensus from everyone?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Oh, Mayor, one other thing, if I could actually set a date for the city manager to come back for that. I don't want to leave it open-ended. He could set his own date, but I'd like for it to be a date certain. It could be January, it could be February, it could be December, whatever he's comfortable with. But I'd like for it to come back at that particular date, so we're not still waiting for it next year sometime.
I would say January would be a good date for me.
That's fine with the commission, Mayor. That's fine with me.
Okay. Well, I'm okay if Mr. Licorice can pull it through, because he's got a lot of things going on this month, next month, and then January, December, January, you got holidays, Mr. Licorice. Are you sure you'll be able to do that?
Yes, I think I can get it to one of the meetings in January. I'll let you know if I need more time, but I think we can at least get the ones that we have, that we believe will have the best chance of making it. I can believe I can have at least those to you.
Okay.
So.
All right, we move on to D, which is the facade grants and funding.
Karen, if you go ahead with that one.
Okay. These are the incentive grants that we currently have. We have the facade improvement grant, which is a 50% reimbursable. It's capped at 10,000 for a single story, 15,000 for a two-story building. This was the first grant that was created back in 2011, and to date, we've approved 79 grants. We did 8 this year. Our restaurant recruitment grant, that's again 50% reimbursable. It's capped at $7,500. We created that in January of 2015, and that was part of our downtown revitalization effort, trying to attract after 5 o'clock businesses and to attract more restaurants into the city and try to get some of our retail buildings repurposed into restaurant use. And to date, we've approved 17 grants for those. One in 2020, that's the Cantina, the La Cantina, that project of Johnny's. And then the Building Code Assistance Grant, this was a new grant. It was created this year, 50% reimbursable. It's capped at $7,500. That was created in March, and it was right before the pandemic occurred. So in spite of that, we have approved 2 grants for that grant already. The 2 grants we did for that are 161 East Harpin. They did some electrical upgrades. And then the 229 East Lemon Street, that's the old Sunmaze building, is undergoing a complete renovation. And then the economic impact, it's important to quantify the impact so we can judge whether the programs are working. Since 2011, we've had 98 projects. The CRA investment has been almost $600,000. Those are the reimbursement dollars. And that leveraged private investment of $3.7 million. So that's a pretty hefty 520% return on investment over those years. We're averaging about $60,000 a year in grant reimbursements over those years. We also took a look at how the buildings fared in terms of their assessed valuation from the time that they applied for the grant to the current time. So we looked at the property assessor's site, and the overall value of the buildings that had received grants increased by almost 40%. We were happy to see that. These next slides, I wanted to show the before and after of several of the projects that we've done, give you a mix of some of the older and the more recent grants that we've done. This is the former sponge warehouse at 700 North Pinellas. This was in 2016. The building owner put in a new metal roof and some other repairs to help get a new tenant in the building. 151 East Tarpon. The building owner in 2015 restored it to its original look, adding that 2-story balcony. This is 312 East Tarpon. This was 2016. The owner at the time was St. Summer Brewery, who purchased the building and made these renovations, and then has since sold it, as you know, to Unrefined Brewing. 605 North Pinellas, another former sponge warehouse. This was done in 2018 by the owner of the building, the Katsaris family, and they renovated it for the Tarpon Springs Distillery. And this was a really great example of a repurpose of a sponge warehouse. 310 East Tarpon, this grant was in 2015, originally from under KCQ Barbecue, and then later sold the building. It's now ours. Creole, the new owner in 2018, received a facade grant to do a lot more extensive improvements. This is the Gianeskis office building at 1 East Tarpon. This was one of the very first facade grants. This was done by the owner of the building, Mark Gianeskis, back in 2012. 444 East Lemon. This is another older grant that was done in 2013 by the building owner who also owns the business, and they're still in operation there. 1052 North Pinellas. This is Lindano Art Studio. This was a 2013 grant. And again, here's an example of a former residential home that was converted to a business. This is Hibiscus Street. This is comparing 2012 to today. The building owner did a lot of improvements to her building there. 21 North Safford. This was another early grant. This shows what the building looked like in 2012 and what it looks like today. 224 East Tarpon Avenue. I can't remember the name of the bar that it used to be, but this was 2016 when Johnny's Tap House did the renovations and opened. Hibiscus, 131 Hibiscus, Crusty Bed Bakery. They did this in 2013. 106 East Tarpon, this is the Mears building. These improvements date back to 2015, about the time that One Amazing Find had recently opened. And it's kind of a funny story that the building, the front door is no longer closed. So the building, the owner of One Amazing Find had to padlock it every night before she left. So the owner of the building then he was just going to replace the doors, and then decided to redo all of what you see here, put in the bronze, aluminum, and the new windows. And one of the reasons he did the more extensive work was because we had the facade grant available, and he could afford to do more. 101 and 105 East Tarpon Avenue. This is where Backdrafts and Olympic Realty were now. This photo on the left predates 2012. Not sure of the year of it, but you can see a pretty dramatic improvement. 402 South Pinellas. This was the former Family Dollar. Building was bought in 2018 and is now Anytime Fitness. They received a grant to do some facade awnings, windows, painting. 301 South Pinellas. This was a 2016 grant to modernize the facade. And then just a couple of the restaurant grants to show you the before and after of the interiors. This is Johnny's Tap House. All of the World Bistro on Hibiscus Street. Copenhagen Cafe, they're across the Greek church. And then Backdrafts on Tarpon Avenue. So I just wanted to add that along with the renovations of the buildings, the grants really have had a significant impact on our ability to attract and retain businesses. They help keep us competitive, and in some cases give us a competitive edge in other communities. And then finally, I wanted to talk a little bit about the building code grant, which is the new one. I hope you all remember what it is. It's 50% reimbursable grant. This is for improvements that are necessary for the building to meet building and safety codes, things like building, fire, FEMA, sprinkling, fire suppression, ADA requirements, electrical upgrades, floodproofing, all those types of things that we see in a lot of older buildings. And sometimes a change of use then will trip having to meet new current codes. So this grant started at a 50% reimbursable, capped at $7,500. And I'd like to propose amending it to allow for a cap at $10,000 if it's a two-story building. That would address expenses for larger buildings, and it would operate then in a similar structure like our facade grant does. So with that is all I have. So any questions and comments?
Ms. Lemons, I want to thank you for presenting this. I support the incentive grants that have been very successful, helping us to develop our historic buildings and also attracting new businesses. I will support you, what you're proposing to increase it to $10,000 for the building code assistance grant, $10,000 if it's two-story. Is there any idea how many buildings do we have that need to be, bring up to code?
There's several of them. We're working with 3 of them right now. Any of the downtown buildings, the former Cliche building, if you take a look at that one now, that's vacant. Anybody going in there is going to have to sprinkle it, might have to put in an elevator, is going to have to upgrade the plumbing. So this is going to go a long way for that building and several other buildings. There's a couple of buildings downtown that depending on what they choose to do with it in the future. If there's any change of use or any residential second floor that trips fire codes that require fire suppression. That's one of the major things that we see in the older buildings, especially the two-story buildings.
So actually, if we don't do that, they probably won't be able to rent them, correct?
Right, then they either don't rent them or they have a less than optimal business that goes in there. They don't do the second floor. They don't do a residential component, or they keep it as a retail building versus changing it to something else. Another example is the former produce building across from Renardo's. That's been sitting there quite some time. It used to be a produce stand on South Pinellas.
It was a gas station years ago, yeah.
Yeah, we've had several people want to go in there for various different things. One wanted to do a pizza restaurant, kind of more of an outdoor. We've had, but the building has a base flood elevation issue. So the cost of the improvements that they're going to need to do trip a new building code, which just requires flood proofing, ADA, and all kinds of things. So the cost of doing those renovations becomes an issue. So if we can do some incentives to help bring in the new businesses, that's what this is for, to help those older buildings.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Carr?
Thanks, Mayor. Karen, thank you for the update. Obviously, I was on the board when these are initially approved, but this has been golden for the city of Tarpon Springs based on the return on investment. A couple quick questions for you. With the newest grant, I do support that raising it to $10,000 for a two-story building. The second question, or my first question is going to be, can a property owner just come to the city and ask for the grant, or does a permit have to trip what you're talking about, like an upgrade to be required? Or can they just come to say, look, our bathrooms aren't ADA, we need to update them. Can we apply for this grant?
No, the application process requires that the improvements are required by the building code or by ADA. So the building department looks at it and says, okay, you've got to make the bathroom ADA required now. You've got to put in 2 bathrooms, or you have to put in an elevator. Those are or you have to need fire suppression. So it's got to be documented by building. It's not for aesthetic improvements or things that somebody wants to do. It has to be something that's tripped through a requirement that they need to make an upgrade.
Yeah, I understand that part. So let's say they could come voluntarily to the city saying, we understand our bathrooms are not ADA compliant. We'd like to apply for this grant. Or is it a requirement to say that they have to have a building permit pulled for some type of project within their building, then requires some other improvement? I mean, can they just come voluntarily to the city, say, we want to update our bathrooms to ADA, then apply for the grant?
Yes, they could do that. There's still an application that they have to come through.
Understood. Okay, all right, great. And then from a proactive standpoint, since we've had the grants for a little while, I would assume all the property owners know that. Have we done any new launches to the property owners that haven't taken advantage of these, just to send out some mailers directly to the owners of the properties, just informing them of what's going on within the CRA?
Yeah, we did initially in March. We had the information in a monthly newsletter that I do, informed the chamber and the merchants, and we did an email, but as you recall, everything shut down. So there wasn't, a whole lot that was done in the meantime. So that's one of the things that we're going to be doing now is once they seem to be opening up. So we'll be making sure that everybody is aware of this grant.
Yeah, I think it might be good to look at the property owners, at least on the main, well, I don't want to be selective of the property owners, but the property owners within the CRA district, to send some type of letter out to them to say, hey, just want to make sure you're aware of these grants available through the city. That might get pique some interest of some individuals. So I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Terrapini?
No comments, Mayor. I support the increase to $10,000.
Okay. Commissioner Donovan?
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I support the increase as well. I did have a couple of questions, though. some of the stats in here for the incentive grants, I think on that first slide, mentioned like how many you had gotten in 2020. I don't really know how accurate that is just because it's been so tough with everything shut down. So do you have on hand how many were approved for each in 2019?
Yeah, I have,
Sorry to put you on the spot. I know 2020, I mean, everything was shut down for like 5 months. So
yeah, some of these, the 2020 grants were Providence Engraving on Orange Street. The application that was made for the Catalina's La Cantina. So these aren't ones that are necessarily finished, but these are applications that have been made. The Mears Building, 106 East Tarpon, that was painted, that kind of grayish color, that was one of the applications. Mr. Souvlaki is doing some exterior painting and power washing. Replay Amusement Museum applied for an awning. Hoffman Designs on Orange Street, they're doing some new awnings. And then Brighter Days Brewery applied for improvements that they had done there. And then the vacant building at the Sound Maze building on Lemon and Ring, they made application. They're doing new windows, doors, a complete renovation. So those were the applications that we've taken in 2020. So they're not all complete, but those are all been approved and the work is ongoing.
okay. And then for like 2019, like how many more grants did you see versus 2020, just with everything being shut down? Like the facade grants in 2020, we got 8 of them. Like about how many do you see a year? Normally, not 2020.
Yeah, it fluctuates. I would say 10 to 12 probably a year.
Okay. And do we have any of those, like, do we have like the stats as far as like how many, let's say we give out a facade grant. Do we have any stats as to, this business received a grant and then, a year later they went under, or this business moved for, reason XYZ or anything like that?
Yeah, I have a spreadsheet that shows who was there when the application came in, and then notations on if the business left. We've had a few of them that took out applications. Sweet Elle's Bakery for one on Hibiscus Street, and they retired. Cafe Poli moved in, and the advantage of these grants is, once the first person applies for them and receives them, fixes up the building, it's really a turnkey operation then for another business to come in. So Cafe Poli was able to come in without any problems. So yes, if there's buildings you want, or I can share the information with you on the changes of
That's
ownership.
fine. Yeah, I just think that's useful to have too, just for kind of measuring, the grant in the future. And then as far as the building code assistance grant, is that something that has to happen? Like, hey, you need to update your electric, or if I find out, hey, I'm going to need to update my electric in a year and a half, then can I come to the city and say, hey, in a year and a half, I'm going to need to update this. Would you guys work with me to do it early? Or do I just have to wait till I'm, I guess, out of order and then apply for the grant?
Yeah, we'd like to have the applications come in when the work is needed to be done, whether it's the facade, the restaurant, so we don't want to have these sitting out there and then because they have to have the building permits at the time too. So it's more of I need to have this done. I'm going to get it done now.
Okay. So I guess my only concern with that would be maybe like if I was smart and I owned a restaurant, why wouldn't I just let my stuff lapse and go out of order or not be up to code and then come apply for the grant? Like, I'm just saying, maybe like if we worked with people a little bit, if we gave them like any type of term in advance where say, hey, if you're going to need fire suppression or whatever, or why not just wait till, if I'm a business owner, why not wait till I get caught?
Yeah, well, most of these grants are either new businesses coming in, and so they've looked at the buildings and they're told, okay, you have to do X, Y, and Z. And then they obtain the grants. Or, if it's a code enforcement issue or something, then they have to do some upgrades. That would be another thing. Or if the building owner decides, okay, it's time now, I want to get my building ready to lease. Or I'm going to sell it and I want to do some improvements. They could apply for a grant. I mean, we don't
Okay.
have a timeline in place for, when they need to do it. It's, I guess when the time is right for them. We don't put a timeline on, okay, you have to have it done within 6 months or done within a year.
Okay, I'm good with that. Those are my only questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaticius.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm okay with the increase that we discussed. Have any applications been turned down, Ms. Lemons?
We've had a couple that have been turned down because they weren't able to provide all of the documentation, but it's only been 1 or 2 since I've been here, because we work with the applicants and make sure that they have everything that they need. And I'll sit down with them and go through it, make sure they have what they need to obtain the grant. So it's very rare to have a grant not approved.
Okay, that's good. I always concerned about that. But, and is there any kind of hardship issues that may come up that maybe the commission could help in that regard, or that hasn't been the case yet?
We haven't found that to be the case yet, no.
Okay. What was the last time the grant limits had been increased?
The facade grant has been at what it is since 2012. And the restaurant grant was the same since 2015. So none of them have been increased, at least since they started.
Okay, I've spoken to the city manager. I guess January is kind of a good date for him, because I think you're going to be coming back with some of the CRA feedback that you're getting tonight and brief us a little more on it. That we mentioned the engineering news record construction cost index earlier with regard to the impact fee increases. And I just want to kind of mention to the commission that that's a pretty good document. I don't have an issue with that. And we're going to be increasing impact fees, for example, based on that. And somewhere along the line, I think we need to kind of take a look, since we haven't increased the limits on these grants in any particular time. The cost of construction has increased considerably. I think all of you that are in the business know that. And I really think that try and kind of keep things moving a little bit in the city, and maybe incentivizing, because the limits are going up as well. They're not going up because we want to increase it. They're going up because of inflation and just the cost of construction and that sort of thing. I'd like for the consideration by the commission to ask the city manager to come back again in January and do some analysis among the staff, maybe Ms. Lemons, maybe Mr. Powell, to come back and make some recommendations about increasing our limits, not just the 2-story that we're talking about tonight, but overall, given that we just haven't done much of that. And I think that the one thing that one piece of data that was mentioned tonight was the increase of the property values since the CRA got started. It's like 127% or something like that. I can't tell you what the increase of construction cost has been, but it hasn't been small. And I think to be commensurate with those increases and keeping up with it, I think we need to consider adjusting the upper limits on these grants as well. I don't know how the commission feels about it, but it would be something that we would ask the city manager to come back with in January as well, if that's a good date for him, of course.
Yes, that would be in conjunction with the other things. That's my plan to hold the next CRA meeting that's just on CRA issues. Well, we may have some CRA meetings before them for some particular items you have to approve, but yes, that January meeting would be a good time for me to bring that back to you for the board to consider.
I think, Mayor, I'm done, but I think you're going to have to see if the other commissioners would be interested in that as well, I would believe.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vaticius. Mr. LaCourage, do we have consensus on what it was recommended by Mrs. Lemons to increase to $10,000 for 2-story buildings?
I might want to vote on that one, if you could.
You'd rather have that? Okay.
Yes, for that particular one, of raising the cost, I'd rather have a vote of the commission.
I need a motion there.
I have a question real quick before we make a motion. I guess just for Ms. Lemons, is that a common problem that you run into where people say, I want to work with you on this, but the limits just are or not high enough?
I would say that of course, they always would want more. The restaurant grant, when we started that one, if you look at the cost of a kitchen versus the $7,500 is, the cost of a kitchen is way more than that. But we were one of the few cities, if the only one at the time, that had something like that. So even though it was not a huge amount, it was enough to have the restaurants say we're going to come here because we're making an effort to want to work with them. So I would say definitely the restaurant grant could be increased, because those costs of putting in kitchens and things are quite a bit higher than the $7,500.
Okay. And I guess the consensus we're being asked to give is to just have the city manager look into it, and then it'll come back to us.
And bring it back to January CRA meeting.
No, the one recommendation was already made by Karen for $10,000 for the interior code updates.
That would be
Actually,
I understand that, but I think there was an additional one made by Commissioner Vaticiotis, right?
That one was to come back, I think.
Commissioner Donovan, the motion that we're asking right now is to increase the raise to $10,000 for the 2-story buildings on the building code assistant grant, and then we can get consensus that for Mr. LaCourse to bring it back to be looked at it again in January.
Yeah, I'm fine with the first. I completely support the first one, and the second one I probably will too if it's just informational and bringing it back. I just wanted more detail on it.
Yeah. So we need a motion.
Motion.
Go for it.
Motion to approve increasing the facade grant second story limit. Is that correct, Ms. Lemons, to $10,000? No, not the facade. Is that the facade grant?
No, this is the building code assistant grant.
The $10,000 for a 2-story building. I stand.
Yes,
That's
yes.
Second.
A roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis,
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan,
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr,
Yes.
Chair Alhouzes.
Yes. Also, Commissioner Vaticiotis is suggesting to bring it back in January to see if we're going to have any more increase, such as the restaurant grant that might be more expensive to do repairs as it was in the past. So if we all agree with that, do we have consensus to bring it back? It's coming back anyway.
I just had a quick comment on that, Mayor.
Sure.
So my observation being that I was on the board when we started the first facade grant and then followed up with the other ones, is that the idea was to try and spread the money, albeit not a lot of money, especially at the time, to spread it as far around the community as you could. So that had something to do with the limits. In addition to that, I think at least on the restaurant conversion or cafe grant is, I think what you've seen a lot of smaller proof of concept restaurants open up in 1,000 to 1,500 square foot space in that $7,500. And what they've done is they don't have a full blown kitchen. So the money's still good for sinks or to redo plumbing or electric or whatever, but you're not talking about doing a full blown, 200 seat restaurant or even 150 seat restaurant. So just bear that in mind as we discuss in January how much we want to increase the limits. I think that the restaurant grant you could probably increase right away to go from 7,500 to 10. But I just thought that I'd mention that it's a matter of trying to spread out the incentive, and ultimately a pretty large area throughout the CRA.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
all.
tonight is not to decide if we're going to any increase. It's
Understood.
just to bring it back in January for more discussion.
No problem.
Mayor, may I just follow up with that comment?
Sure.
That's all. I don't know where we are on that. I know the cost of construction has increased, and I think whatever data that the staff uses would be of interest to the commission. And I would hope that Mr. LaCourse would roll in the projected revenues for the CRA and that sort of thing to kind of make it a little better educated. We may not change them at all, I guess is what I'm getting at. But right now, I do know that it's been some time since they've changed, and it's worth taking a look at. That was the whole recommendation. Thank you, Mayor.
So the question is, do we have consensus to bring it back in January?
Yes.
Again, Mr. LaCourse was going to bring it back anyway because we're going to be discussing again the CRA. Is that correct, Mr. LaCourse?
Yeah, yes, but I wouldn't bring this back unless you give me consensus to bring it back.
Okay. Do we have consensus to bring that back?
Yes.
Mayor, I have one comment if I could.
Sure.
I'm in support of bringing it back from a discussion standpoint for sure. I don't think the staff is just going to pull it out of the hat and say we should throw $12,000 on there. I think it'll be deliberate. But Karen, can you confirm, is the restaurant and the facade grant, are those matching grants? Is that correct?
Yes, they're 50% reimbursable grant. So the owner puts up the money and then gets reimbursed 50% of the project cost up to a maximum of $7,500 if it's a restaurant, or $10,000 if it's a single story building for a facade grant.
Okay. I mean, I would go a step further to say what other CRAs in the state are doing from a grant standpoint. I know the city right now has a nice arsenal of grants available to building owners and businesses. But I would like to see, at least hear what else is available throughout the state if this is coming back from additional grants that we could look at to attract additional businesses to the area.
Yeah, I can bring that information back, and I can also bring the information back on when people make their application for their grants, they tell us the amount of money that they're spending, what's the cost of their construction or whatever. So, we have that to compare with what the reimbursable amount is if there's issues with, is the money enough or do we need to increase it? So I think that'd be good information for you to have.
Great. Well, yeah, Mayor, my answer is yes to that.
Okay. Do I have a yes from everyone?
Yes.
Yep.
Mr. Licorice, we have consensus on that as well.
Thank you, Mayor.
The next item is lights in the alley. Mr. Licorice.
Yes, that'll be, Tom Function will be given that. This item is two-phase. First, we do want to get some final direction on this, so I'll turn it over to Tom to tell you what he has plans and to get some final directions, because we plan to begin this right away after the meeting. So, Tom.
Good evening, Tom Function, Public Works Director. Yeah, this is the alleyway that sits between Hibiscus Street and heads east down to Safford Avenue. We're matching the same type of hanging lights that we put on Hibiscus Street this past winter. The only questions I have is if you want to take the lights all the way down to Safford, or should we stop them off at the restroom? And that will determine on, of course, how many lights we purchase and exactly the configuration of the lights. That's about it. I'm open to questions, concerns, or a little direction if you want me to go all the way down.
It's really several things we could do. We could go with the buildings, in conjunction with the buildings, and do like 3 segments, beginning, middle, and end. We could go the whole way with some poles. So remind them, Tom, there's some other ways to go than just that we could do the alleyway with.
Well, yeah, and that has to do with the length you want to go to. Yeah, we have options. We can tie to the businesses, the buildings that are existing there, and or where we don't have the building to tie to, we can put up a pole and tie into that pole. So actually the length of it will determine on exactly the configuration and how many lights I got to buy. So yeah, we can get it there. It's not going to be an issue. It's just exactly how long we're going with it, and that will determine the configuration.
Mr. Function.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any pedestrian traffic on this alley?
Quite a bit, especially in the evenings. There's a lot of foot traffic between Hibiscus and Safford Avenue.
Okay. We're doing it because we have a foot traffic, not because just decorations, then, right?
Well, yes, and I think it'd be a safety reason too. You have in the evenings, especially in the wintertime, how dark early it gets, and you have a lot of people traversing that area. The lighting would actually help with them too. And we could put, I know there was concerns by a couple of people, but with the staying on all night, we can put a timer on that and shut those lights down anytime we want to. Turn them on, turn them off anytime we want to. So that would be a minor reason.
Probably good to have a timer, because what good is that going to be after midnight, you know?
Yes, we agree. We agree.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm in support of them going all the way from Hibiscus to Safford. And I mean, if there's not a building, I think some type of fluted pole that's powder coated would be a good option to use. But yeah, I think it's a good idea to do all the way from a safety perspective and from aesthetics also. That I'm in favor of that for sure. Mark, there were some other areas that we talked about as well within the CRA district. Are you going to be bringing that back to us at all for discussion, or what's that looking like?
Yeah, that would come back at a later time. I want to get some of these done out of the way and then begin on new projects.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm in support of it. I think that, you know, I see it in other communities and it looks nice. And I know that our large portion of our code speaks to the utilization of alleyways and actually encourages that from a redevelopment perspective. My only thing would just be how, you know, what's the functionality of them in terms of the back of the buildings that don't really have any component that, you know, is like an outdoor patio space or part of their business. I understand that it's from a pedestrian perspective as well. And then a portion of my thinking would be as it relates to the, like I said, the actual functionality of the alley itself. So for example, by the bathrooms, you have the cut through parking lot that goes to the bigger parking lot at Orange and Safford, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, there's bigger trucks that use that to cut through for deliveries in the back end and things like that. So I just want to make sure that we're not limiting, you know, the business functionality of the alley, the commercial component of the alley. But, you know, with that said, I definitely support it at a minimum from basically the bathrooms to Safford Avenue, where I think the biggest gain will be from a aesthetic standpoint. But I would also support lighting the whole alleyway in hopes to try and encourage people to utilize it more and also create a greater ambiance from street to street. But I definitely want the alley to function.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we would have to meet code too. It's 14 feet minimum height on it, so it would not affect any type of commercial traffic back there.
Great.
What clearance you have to have for trucks, Mr. Function?
FDOT recommends 14. It's actually in our ordinances 14. So we'll have between 14 and 16 feet. So it will not affect any type of traffic.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, I support the lighting going as far as it needs to go. I support lighting up the alley.
Thanks. Commissioner Ticiotis?
I do have a couple of questions. I just stepped out for a second. We're talking about putting these on poles that would be installed as well.
Yes, sir. Just small fluted poles. Yes, sir. If I can't get the buy-in to the property owners to tie into the buildings. Yes.
Okay. And as far as the electrical, would we be responsible for running the electrical on these commercial buildings as well?
No, we will run a power to. We have actually a power source right at the restroom, so we'd have no issues with power whatsoever. Somebody say power.
What about solar lighting? Is there any thought on that?
I don't know. The technology on the solar line for that type of lighting is not there quite yet. Plus, that's going to be mostly in the shaded areas, so the amount of sunlight you're going to get in that area is going to be limited. So it could affect the longness of how the lights are on. So.
Okay. Well, here's my read, and on all of this, I think and I'm very mindful that some of the second story buildings are residences and things like that. So, you know, downward aiming light would be very helpful. I know we've got quite a bit of pedestrian traffic back there and also camping out as well. And so I know we talked about timers and perhaps proximity light would be proximity triggers would be another way to go. But I'd like for the lights to be stronger rather than weaker as far as what we put in there. I think that it would also encourage the building owners to improve the back of their places as well. My feeling is, and it's from Hibiscus to Stafford, but we're also talking about from to the west of that by the bathrooms down that back behind the old zone, I guess, if you will, that two-story building in the Oxford House and down in that area as well. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. I'll take it all the way to Hibiscus Street.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Now, this is something a little different than what we've talked about tonight as well. This is something that we're going to actually vote on to move ahead with, or is this something that you're going to come back with some concept that would be voted on?
Well, I believe in the previous meeting, you already voted on to it. We just need some clarification to go forward with this. I think it happened in the spring, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have the exact date, but
So can we get a specific date of when you will come back with this for us? Is it going to be some RFP that we're going to bid and that sort of thing, or?
no, sir, this is all done in-house, the whole project.
So, okay, so you don't need anything else?
No, sir, no, it's going to cost a minimum amount of money, a few $1,000s is about the most of it's going to cost, and we're going to do it all in-house personnel.
Can we get an estimated date of completion then? I'm going to get a date one way or the other, I guess. I'm going to start putting down when we're going to have things completed.
Yeah, and I like to give you an estimated date. We're going to have to order the lights this next couple of weeks over here. And right now, with the amount of projects we have going on, I'm not exactly sure, but we should have. I'd like to have everything done before Christmas. I can tell you that it'll be done before Christmas.
Okay. Let me just redirect to City Manager LaCourse on this. When would you be comfortable on giving us something as far as a date certain for these things?
Well, I would like to have them by Thanksgiving, conditionally that we can get the lights, that there's no delay in getting the lights, but definitely no later than Christmas.
Okay, so between Thanksgiving and Christmas, you would actually be installing these at that time?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
That's fair enough. If we could annotate that, City Clerk Manousis, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Funchen.
Yes, sir.
I have one more question. Do we have any residents on that street on the alley?
There are some residents that live in the second floor above a couple of buildings there. I've taken that in consideration. That's why I mentioned the timer.
Yeah, well, the reason I'm asking that is to make sure that we'll be not disturbing people that in the bed, when they live there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why I suggested the timer onto it. And we'll be able to control that remotely too, so.
Okay. Well, I think we got everybody's support, don't we?
Sounds like a consensus to me.
Okay. Thanks. We move into the next one. Upgrades on Safford.
That's going to be Tom's too. If you'd cover on this one, these are some things, these are what we've talked about, and we just haven't got to them yet. So I think originally, Tom, we talked about doing the 2 different ones on Safford, but why don't you include, since talking to the mayor earlier, what we talked about the Tarpon Avenue from Safford towards Gross and Levis. Those are really the 3 areas that we talked about in past CRAs about upgrading some things on. So why don't you talk about the immediate area from Safford to Lemon, the area down Safford, and then go ahead and cover K while you're there. What you're looking at, and any additional thoughts you need from the commissioners on the Tarpon Avenue one.
Well, thank you, Mr. LaCourse. As we did a pretty good job upgrading and decorating the North Safford Avenue from Tarpon Avenue to Orange Street, but we haven't done much on the South Safford from Tarpon Avenue to Ring Avenue, and also the section from Tarpon Avenue to Levis.
And that's what he's got.
If you remember, we actually walked the area, and I asked you to come back with different ideas. What can we do to beautify the area? So that's the way we left it.
Yes, and he's going to give those to you now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll take first area. We'll take it Safford Avenue up to Lemon Street. What we're going to do with that area along the trail is to match what we have on the north side of Tarpon Avenue that goes up to Orange Street with the same style pots, pretty much the same vegetation. And then we'll have to do some, if we want to match the brick layouts that's along that corridor there. The only challenge with that area there is the fact that that's a little bit narrower, so I can't put the larger pots in there, but I can match the smaller existing pots that are on the north side. There'll be 3 pots on each side, and then pretty much the same configuration as we have on the south side. With that being done, that section being done, we're going to move up down Safford Avenue down beyond MLK. There's 2 sections there that run from MLK down to Mears Boulevard. We want to do some upgrades over there with some ground covering, and then the 1 section that runs from Harrison Street out to Mears Boulevard has pretty much nothing but some grass along the edges there. And we like to add some palm trees along that route and spruce up that section too. That definitely needs some help. There will be some additional cleanup and some vegetation added along the route, and hopefully gets a little more color in there. That's on the Safford Avenue side. And we hope to start that in probably for Commissioner Barriocas, we'll get that started probably within the next month. The section on Tarpon Avenue heading heading east towards Levis is a little bit different of a challenge. It does need some upgrades. There's definitely some basic maintenance on there, but we're also going to be affected by the stormwater project that's about to start on Gross Avenue. That intersection at Gross and Tarpon Avenue does have some major pipe works going to go in there. So anything done within that vicinity is definitely going to be affected by the construction. But I'm open to any suggestions, what you'd like to do, of course, anywhere in Tarpon, but particularly in that area.
My suggestion is, to get with the business owners.
Yes.
And get their opinion as well. And perhaps they have some other ideas they can incorporate.
Be happy to do that, sir.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. Tom, thanks for the information. That was a lot quickly. Appreciate that. In between Tarpon Avenue and Lemon Street, where I guess it's in between Neptune and Lemon Street, I suppose it would be Pinellas Auto.
Yes.
The sidewalk's really, really wide there. I know you said there's limited amount of space on the bike trail to do the larger pots.
Yes.
Could we do some larger pots over in the sidewalk in that area, since the sidewalk's so wide?
Are you talking about the sidewalk that's on the east side of the trail?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, we can do some pots over there. Yeah, we can put some larger pots over there. I just gotta make sure that it meets ADA. I believe we have the room there, but I don't see why we couldn't do that.
Yeah, it's like another driving lane almost.
Yeah, it is. It's fairly wide, yes, sir.
So that would be kind of it'd be a nice alternative to what I know you had limited space in the trail itself there. And then south of Lemon Street to Mears, you have projects kind of scattered throughout there then. Is that what the plan is?
Yeah, fill in some of those spaces that are a little blighted. But definitely a little more south of MLK. That runner down there definitely needs a lot of help, especially that last section from from Harrison down to Mellon Street. There's nothing there whatsoever. And we're thinking some palm trees in that area. I'll get together with the city arbor, maybe some foxtail palms along the area, and then just some lower ground cover just to spruce it up. Because there's going to be a new that way anyhow once Mears open up. So I think it needs the attention.
Yeah, there. Where the old Winn-Dixie is, it's obviously the Manatee Plaza. It's a pretty rough site when you drive by it because it's obviously there's not many tenants back there. So anything we could do to help kind of buffer that area. There's also some flowering trees outside of the crepe myrtles that we could look at. Like a Royal Ponciana, it blooms like a bright orange-red color once or twice a year. And I'm happy to send some options over to you. But I'm looking forward to that for sure. And I'm happy to help with some ideas for plant selections. From Tarpon Ave west of Safford to like Levis, there are like multiple areas where the little pavers are broken or missing. So I think that would be a good start to at least look at that area and walk that, and have maybe someone from your staff at least walk where all those brick pavers are on Tarpon Ave and Pinellas Avenue, because that's a pretty big trip hazard, and then obviously liability to the city. So again, there's some opportunities I think to maybe enhance the landscaping, possibly add some potted plants. We could talk about it individually about some of the areas, but there's some strange spots where a couple of the bulb outs are, where it's like a pretty big dip where there's no dirt in it, or there's like a brick median in the middle of it as well, where you could possibly put a pot there as well with some type of palm tree or plant in it. So, but thank you for putting some attention to that. I think it's an area that definitely needs some attention that you brought up, and it's good to see that that the city's extending the beautification efforts in those parts of the city. So thanks, Mayor, for bringing this up too.
Thank you. Commissioner Terrapini.
You're on mute.
Tom, I appreciate, sorry about that, guys. I appreciate the areas that you brought up. Definitely some of the areas that you mentioned are pretty bare bones and makes sense, especially given the traffic that's about to come off Mears Boulevard. So I appreciate your train of thought there. As far as just to touch on some of the areas that were talked about, Tarpon Avenue south to Lemon, I like what you proposed and basically trying to match what we see south to Orange Street. I get comments about that all the time. And, sometimes it's hard to understand how we do things, but Tarpon Avenue, south and Tarpon Avenue north, those essentially were two different projects kind of. And then the Lemon Street intersection, that was part of that Lemon Street project. So it'll be nice to tie in that difference in that gap. So I appreciate you jumping on that. And I think you said you'd have that done in a couple months.
Yes.
As far as what the vice mayor brought up with that area, I've noticed that as well in front of Pinellas Auto. So I'm open to suggestions there, whether it's larger pots or something else that you can get creative with. But that's definitely a pretty bare, big piece of concrete there. So that was a good catch on his part. And then I think the biggest, I agree with everything else that you proposed. The biggest thing I think that's worth mentioning is from Tarpon Avenue to Gross, I think is the end of the special area plan. If we can just walk that at a certain point, and we've got some businesses that are thriving on that 300 block of Tarpon Avenue. So those bulb outs can definitely use some attention, and just take a look at that. So I know we've got plenty of money to spend in the tree bank, so try and spend it.
I will do my best, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Mr. Function for bringing this up, and you, Mayor, as well. I support, the more the merrier when it comes to beautification efforts. So I support what the other commissioners and the mayor have had to say. I don't have anything else much to add. Just the more pressure washing is always the better for me as well. So any pressure washing schedule that you can bump up, I'd be happy with too.
Actually, that's about to begin in the next few weeks too. So.
Okay.
Commissioner Vaticius.
Before I start, I just want clarification. Are we talking about pots? Or are we talking about something else as well? City Manager LaCourse, or what are we talking about as far as
The section from Tarpon up to Lemon would be pots, match exactly what we have, almost exactly what we have on the north side of Tarpon Avenue. The rest of it will be ground cover. Of course, some trees down Safford Avenue, but also some flowering ground cover to just spruce it up.
Same from along Tarpon Avenue to Levis?
Yeah, those bump outs need some attention too there. Yes, sir.
All right, well, because this is the 2020 rollover stuff. Is that correct, City Manager LaCourse?
Yes.
We approved some additional things in the 2021 budget that I was involved in.
Yes, those are additional to that. These are the ones from the last budget.
Okay, I just one in particular, I want to show, I did come a little prepared tonight. I'm not sure if I can get it on. I can, yes. This is, can you see everything?
I see some of the files.
Can you see the screen here?
Yes, we can see the screen.
Yes,
This
sir.
is Stafford Avenue from Tarpon Avenue, just past the.
Commissioner Vaticius, can you enlarge the picture so we can see it?
If you double click it, it should open up.
Oh, yes. It's the best I can do. Is that too small or?
Yeah.
Yes,
We just see the pen files. It's like all your files that are in that.
Oh,
I'm not sure if you have to drag it over or not.
okay, let me, well, anyway, let me just say something on this particular, let me just end this, stop the screen sharing. I thought I had it set up. Anyway, in that particular location, if you look a little closer towards Tarpon Avenue, there's a couple of things. One, that whole section in front of Pinellas Radiator is missing acorn light. So we've talked about that for 2021. But also we talked about oak trees or something that we could do with the tree bank in that area as well, not just pots. And it's completely devoid of any kind of improvements. And you're right, the sidewalk is wider there. So I think we could do something a little better than pots. And we'll get to that in the next section. I'm going to try this one more time because it's really important. Let's see. This one here, I got this problem with the no, I'm not getting anywhere with this thing. What I wanted to say with the Tarpon Avenue down to Levis, if you take a look at that, I know we're talking about some pots, and I think Commissioner Terrapini mentioned the tree bank. I'm going to be talking about it, but the one thing that we need to understand, and city manager, this was before city manager LaCourse's tenure as city manager, but we inherited, same thing that we're going through on alternate 19, we've inherited some restrictions, and the acorn lights are actually on private property, as well as some of our banner poles and things of that nature. And now that we own Tarpon Avenue, those acorn lights could actually be brought back to where the rest of them are along Tarpon Avenue in the downtown area between Pinellas and Safford. That was part of what I had proposed in the 2021. So I'd like for us to be mindful of that. And that's the only thing I want to contribute to this discussion. I think whatever Mr. Function is planning and the way he described it this evening is fine, but I think we need to do a lot more than that in order to bring up what I believe the streets that we talked about this evening would be to the standard of the downtown area and also to the north part of Safford. The one thing that I can tell you down a little past Orange Street, a lot of that was done by the Kokalakis family when they were updating and their improvements in the trees. And if you see, those trees were planted about 15, 20 years ago. And there's a beautiful canopy that's being developed as well. And the sooner we get started on this, the better we'll be, not just with pots, but also some trees. So Mayor, that's all I want to contribute to the 2020 part, and I'll see if I can do a little better with it.
Commissioner Gutierrez, correct me if I'm wrong, but some of the things that you were talking about, isn't it on the item number 5 on Tarpon Avenue in downtown? That's what you had in mind?
It is, but I've heard some discussion going back and forth between pots and then trees, and the acorn lights is sort of for sure the item 5. But I also wanted to make sure that we don't miss that when we get down to item 5, that there's some additional information that would feed into what is being discussed right now. That's all. If it's for the city manager's benefit, Mr. Function, and also the rest of the commissioners. And it's something that I'd also talk to the city manager about as well before the meeting, not today.
Okay. Mr. Licouris, do you need any consensus on item F and K? Upgrades on Safford and upgrades on Tarpon Avenue? The things we talked about?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Mayor.
You'll get with that. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Mayor, can I just ask for like a clarification? I believe I understood that with Commissioner Vaticiotis that like the option would be better to take out some of the sidewalk along like Pinellas Auto on Safford as an alternative to like putting the pots there or something like that. Did I understand that correctly?
Either that or both. I don't want to get too gaudy. I mean, if I had a choice, I'd rather go with trees and acorn lights because there are no acorn lights. Acorn lights will talk, but the trees for sure. So.
Yeah, Mark, I think that makes sense to look at also is to see, I mean, if it's not all the way down, maybe it's part of the section, but I think you guys could look at it. But it does make sense, I think, to take out some of that concrete just because you don't need, it's just too much impervious land too, I think, in that area.
Okay. We can look at that.
Okay, well, that completes F, which is the upgrades on Safford, and K, upgrades on Tarpon Avenue. Next, we go to electrical upgrades.
Yes, on this item, I just wanted Tom to update. Again, this was something in our past meetings of the 2019-20, so I want him to relay everything he's done as far as the the electrical updates and the lights, the uplighting and the other things he's put in from our previous meetings. Tom?
Sure. Yeah. One of the previous meetings, of course, was the lighting in Mother Mears Park, lighting in the trees. We have completed that. All the trees have been lit up. We did get a request to put a softer light in there. So a few weeks back, we switched out about 1,200 bulbs and got that done. We also got the uplighting done in that parking lot, along with the uplighting done in the Orange Street parking lot. We've gotten a lot of raves about the Orange Street parking lot, just the aesthetics of the lights shining up through the trees. So those two projects are done and ready for some more if we have other areas we'd like to light up.
Okay. I don't have any comments at all.
I've got a couple, Mayor.
Sure.
So Tom, like where the Bismarcks are on Pinellas Avenue, is there any electricity in those in those medians at all?
Which area exactly are you talking about?
So like in front of the Shepherd Center, in front of like Yankee Bean, and the car wash, the medians on Pinellas Avenue.
Is there electric available?
Yeah.
Limited spots, very limited areas.
So, I mean, those would be some decent spots to look at as well, to put some uplighting on those palm trees as you come into Tarpon Springs. They're pretty large palm trees with pretty wide canopies as well. That would be something I think that would benefit. And there's also a couple of them on Tarpon Avenue as well, on the east side of Levis towards, gosh, it goes from Levis maybe to, I can't remember, wherever the Pop and Munch is at that convenience stores. So if there's some areas there, yeah, that could do that. And also one of the things that we talked about in the past too was maybe doing some additional lighting in the oak trees and downtown. I think one of the struggles today, and I believe Commissioner Vaticiotis brought this up in the past, is the Duke Energy overhead lights tend to flood out the whole kind of road. And I'm not sure what the rest of the commission feels about that, but it really kind of takes the ambiance away with those kind of ballpark type daylight lights that are there. But I brought some examples in the past of what Naples has and some other cities of how they've done some lighting up in the canopy of the trees. And that can be low voltage, where you run a wire up the side of the tree and kind of do the lighting into the canopy. So it wouldn't be like where your feet are, where people would step on them. This would actually be canopy, like in the canopy, either lights hanging down or lights that are up against the branches kind of pointed in a certain direction. And it really lights up the canopy nicely. Other than that, that's all I have.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Terrapini?
No, I'm just thankful for the upgrades. I feel like anytime we run a power source to somewhere that's logical, we can always find something to hook up to it. So I appreciate all your work in doing that. How about the lights in front of the library? Are those lit up, Tom? I mean, I'm sorry, not the lights, the palm trees in front of the library at the crosswalk?
No, but that could be another project we could do.
Let's do that. I mean, those are nice big trees in front of the public library on a beautiful street. Put that on your list. That's some TT input for you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Donovan?
I have no more input. I agree with what everybody else said as far as the lighting goes. The one thing I would say, just because I'm looking at them right now, is the yellow lights instead of the white lights at the Mears parking lot look fantastic. I think it looks a lot better, a lot nicer. So thank you for getting on that quick.
No problem, sir.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, on that uplighting that Vice Mayor Carr mentioned for the palm trees on those islands, couldn't we look into solar for that? That's actually in the middle of the street. We should be able to do pretty good solar lighting for that.
Without a doubt. I will look into all that stuff over here. We'll come back with a proposal on it, sure.
Okay. And then also, just a little bit of history on the Tarpon Avenue pole lights that I keep bringing up. There was a little bit of discussion way back. Again, it predates City Manager LaCourse, and the choice was made to put those Florida powered lamps up there in lieu of doing some additional street lighting. And those were at our request. That wasn't because Duke Energy wanted to put those up there. And those can actually be removed as well. The poles were actually installed too at our request as well. So before that, it was just the good old historic downtown area with our acorn lights and things of that nature. So I just want to put that bug in the commission's mind, and maybe the wheels can start turning on that too. Maybe to look at that down the road as well, and maybe do something a little more dramatic as far as lighting, which would actually eliminate those power poles and the lighting that Duke Energy has put in there. There's a reason why they're way that high. I mean, that was something that we did. It was a safety issue to light up the street and that sort of thing. And I'm not sure that we're there with what we want to do with the downtown, given that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Function,
Yes,
when
sir.
we have festivals on Tarpon Avenue, like First Friday and others, do we have enough receptacles for people to use?
The problem there isn't the receptacles, is the amount of power. It's limited on that. It really needs some upgrades. That whole power supply along Tarpon Avenue needs some upgrades. That's what I would recommend. But if we're going to go put lights in the trees and do that stuff, we're going to have to upgrade all that electrical along Tarpon Ave. Not much of a choice. It's not the number of outlets. It's the amperage that we're having issues with.
Right.
And also on Orange Street, we have some festivals there as well. If you want to take a look at that as well.
Yes, sir. Over there, and maybe one day down the road when we do Orange Street, when we upgrade that, we'll upgrade with more than enough power.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Licouris, do you have everything you need on that electrical upgrades?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next item is the clock. This is an item that we already approved to have a clock down at in the bayou. But we approved to have a two-phase clock. So I'm going to start with with Vice Mayor Carr, because it was his idea.
Shoot. Thanks, Mayor. You know, the location where this was approved at is really visible in multiple areas. So I wanted to, at least I talked to Mark about it after I thought it through a little bit more, and I wanted to bring it back to the board and ask for some clarification to see if the board would be interested in a 4-sided clock versus a 2-sided clock. I know there's some cost differences between the two. Regardless, I'm happy with either of them. I think both of them look great. But I just wanted to give, where we decided the location, I think it would serve better probably to have a 4-sided clock than a 2-sided clock, just so it could be appreciated at multiple angles.
Okay, so what you're proposing is to go with a 4-phase clock, correct?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Terrapini?
I can appreciate the location being a 4-sided clock, given the different angles there. But to me, the 4-sided it's a little bit too much for me. I still prefer the 2-sided versus the 4-sided.
Thank you. Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this up. I think it's going to be really cool for people to be able to take photographs with. I think it'll look good where it's at. I would probably lean towards the 2-sided clock as well. For me personally, just looking at the two examples you provided, I just think it looks a bit nicer.
Okay. Commissioner Licouris?
Well, I do have a couple of questions. I didn't support this. But as far as can somebody explain the purpose of the plaque? Is that just come with a clock? Is that the purpose of the plaque? We just get it whether we want it or not? Or is that supposed to be inscribed with something? It's a 2-sided clock with plaque.
It doesn't have a plaque.
That's what
You're just talking about. It's just an example of the style of the two. It's just the type of the 2-headed one.
Or anything like that. Okay. And then the 4-sided versus the 2-sided, it's my hopes are that the current location that it was planned for would be relocated if we if we wind up purchasing the Hoffman property and relocate some other things at that area, maybe it would be more suitable in that location. I don't really have a preference either way. I understand what Vice Mayor Carr is saying, and I understand that. And I also love simplicity as well. I'm just not sure, I'll be honest with you, how all this is going to work out to begin with. So I don't have a preference with either way.
Well, I believe that the four-phase clock will be more visible from all the streets since we have 4 streets there. So seems like Commissioner Vatiqueros, you're going to break the tie.
I have to, Mayor. And I understand. But City Manager LaCourse, thank you, Mayor, by the way. City Manager LaCourse, what's the difference in the price between the two?
I don't remember it being too much. It
No,
wasn't.
it's
It wasn't
like
significant.
maybe 4 or 5 grand. And we haven't gotten to bid yet for them. That's just the average prices we're running that. You know, when we go to bid, we'll find out for sure. But I think it was somewhere around 4 or 5 grand, if I remember.
It's a little bit higher than that, I think.
Is it?
It's supposed to, yeah, like 7 to 10, I think.
Okay.
I mean, here's what I'm going to base my decision on, and I'm going to tend to go to four-sided because I'm hoping that we'll relocate it to the corner of the southeast corner of Spring and Tarpon, that intersection, as kind of an accent piece for the Safford House if we ever get to that point. And if it does go there, then you'll definitely need the four-sided clock. You'll be facing down Banana, up Spring, down Tarpon Avenue, up Tarpon Avenue towards downtown, and also across to Spring Bayou. So I think in that particular situation, I would support the four-sided clock. I think a two-sided clock, if that happens, we'd be have to orient it one way or the other. With a four-sided clock, it doesn't matter which way we orient it. We'd have that face pointing in each of the directions of oncoming traffic, which would be helpful. So, Mayor, I'll tend to go with the four-sided. Yes.
Okay.
Isn't that the location that we decided, where you just said, Commissioner Vatiqueros?
I thought it was at the top of the stairs at Spring Bayou, and until at some point in the future that it would be relocated to where the opposite side of the street if the Safford House went there.
I thought we are hedging on that referendum passing, and I thought we agreed to put it on that side already.
No.
If that's the case, that'd be
Yeah,
great.
it was discussed, but it was never. It was never.
The last. Look, my memory isn't the greatest, but I recall it was the top of the stairs, and I just couldn't understand how that was supposed to work. And I think Commissioner Terrapini, you were the one who actually brought it and said, well, maybe hopes we'll get the Safford House and we'll put it on the opposite corner and we'll plan on that. And that's where I thought the discussion ended.
That's how I remembered it.
Pardon me? That's how you remembered it. I don't think there was a consensus on the commission that would happen. Maybe Vice Mayor Carr, you're a little closer to this item than I think any of us. Do you recall how that was decided?
Yeah, my memory is that since the city doesn't own the property at the Hoffman property currently, that the clock was going to go to the south of the steps at Spring Bayou up by the road. And then if the city were to receive approval, then the city would evaluate moving it across as an option. That's what my memory
Okay, well,
and that's exactly how it was. For right now, it's on the Spring Bayou, at the Spring Bayou, right by the stairs.
are we okay, Commissioner Terrapini, with that, or?
It's blurring how we exactly left it. I thought it was definitely proposed to go to the left of the stairs, and then we had discussion about it. And I thought that we said that we were gonna, assuming if we got the Hoffman property, and then there was some lag time too, right? Because we're in the beginning of October. We're literally a month away from the election, in which case we'll know the result. We're not going to have this clock installed prior to that. So I think the way we left it was that, we were basically not going to install until I think there was consensus to move it to the Hoffman property, but obviously the unknown was whether or not we're going to own it.
We can make that certain tonight. I don't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to take the the privilege of speaking back for just a moment, we can decide that tonight. And if that's the case, I'd certainly support that move on a more certain basis to wait until after the election to see how that plays out. And then go with a four-sided clock, as Vice Mayor Carr had suggested we do, and install it on that corner. I think we'll be far ahead with anything rather than making plans right now on buying it sooner and then having to put it out to the left side of the spring bayou stairway leading down to the water. I don't know how everybody else feels, but that's what my preference would be.
I definitely prefer it on the Hoffman side, and I feel good about that vote. So, I mean, we're not going to install it prior to that vote anyways, in my opinion. So, I mean, if we're all in agreement that that's the preferred location, we might as well we've already approved the expenditure. Now we'll approve the four-sided, and then we'll wait until the election. You good with that, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm not against it. I'm just happy that we're getting the clock in that area. I think it's can be a great asset for Tarpon Springs for many years.
Well,
Either side works for me.
Since we're changing the location and the type of a clock, we need a motion we need a motion for that.
A motion to go with the four-sided clock, preferably on the Hoffman parcel, assuming the referendum vote passes, and the clock can be ordered and the expenditure approved, but not installed until such time the vote either passes or doesn't. And if it doesn't, then we'll put it on this next to the stairs on the south side.
Okay.
Second.
Third.
Ms. Manusis? Roll call,
Commissioner
please.
Vaticius?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
Yes.
Chair LaHousas?
Yes. Okay, next item is decorative street signs.
I'll bring Tom back for that one. I just wanted Tom to explain, now that you've approved number 2, I want him to explain his process and give you an update of his plans for installing the decorative street signs. Tom?
Good evening, Tom again here. Yes, we actually ordered, with that order and that approval, thank you. There's about 100 posts we'll be receiving. There's actually 91 locations that these signs will be going up in, and the 9 extra ones are for additional repairs. God forbid we get knocked over by a hurricane or a car or something like that. So we are preparing extra ones. I don't have an exact time frame to start these, and the reason being is I'm not exactly sure when they're going to get them to me. So once I actually know a delivery date, I'll be able to give you a little bit better time on getting them installed. It's probably going to take us a few months to get them all done. But once I have that date of delivery of the signs, we will get moving on it, and I will give you a start and a finish date. That's about it with the signs.
Well, thank you for the update. Vice Mayor Carr, do you have a comment?
I've got a comment about the CRA outside of like the historic district. Are you going to be updating like the street sign, the names of the streets on the street signs as well? What's something a little bit different? I think we talked about that in the past, right?
Well, we're going to put all the street name signs up there. I was under the impression that the historic was going to stay brown and white, and then the CRA would be green and white like most of the other signs.
Okay.
Yeah. And we make those in-house, so.
Okay, great. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Commissioner Terrapini?
No comments, Mayor.
Commissioner Donovan?
I'm good, Mayor.
Commissioner Vaticius?
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. Next is the railroad arm. Mr. LaCourse?
Yes, this is one we need direction on. We talked about it. We approved doing something. We need to get some direction on exactly what that we're looking for. As a reminder, it's going to be on the one side of the street where we have the room to do it by the depot. It was a type of a railroad arm style that would go across there. We just need some ideas of what the board wants to do, whether it's a regulation going out to bid like before for a railroad arm. Is it some type of different type of feature? I included in the backup some of the things the other cities or places along the trail, maybe a more upgraded type crossing those examples. I just kind of really need to know what exactly that we want to look at going across there, the style, so we can write up the specs and go to bid about what this board wants for that. So that's what I'm looking for clarification for the board to what we're looking on, price range, type, style, etc.
Mr. Licouris, the examples you gave us, are they from Dunedin?
The ones from Dunedin and the ones from St. Petersburg. I know that was something new that someone brought to me after we talked about it the last time. I think we were talking about a more traditional style of railroad crossing going across Safford. Obviously, we're crossing the trail, so it's something that has to be approved by the county. These are ones that the county has approved in other places. I'm not saying that necessarily for the historic downtown, it might be a little different style than those, but those are just some options. So again, I just wanted to get the board's feelings and then a final decision on what do we need to be looking for and going out to bid for.
Well, Mr. Licouris, to be honest with you, I don't like any of them. So I was wondering if you have any more examples that you can provide us.
Well, again, when we talked about the more traditional, if you see the picture of the more traditional railroad sign and crossing across the road, I think that's the ones we originally talked about. If you remember a while back, we were going to try to do it on Tarpon Avenue going both ways, but we didn't have enough right of way to do it.
Yeah.
So when it came to the next meeting, we just talked about the traditional type crossing, just going over Safford from the depot. So again, that's what I'm looking at for the board.
Well, to me, the more traditional would be the one that is more suitable to that area. But I'd like to hear from my fellow commissioners, see what they think about that. Vice Mayor Carr?
Thanks, Mayor. The one that says St. Pete and Dunedin, I don't think that would fit well in Tarpon Springs along the historic area. I think there's one of them as you pass maybe Curlew by the hospital, somewhere in that area, that says Tarpon Springs that the county installed. I think that's kind of like a Dr. Seuss type look. And they look nice in the areas that they're in, but I don't think it would fit in downtown for the first two. The second two were just kind of ideas. I just pulled them from Dunedin just to give an example of what some options they have. And that was an email I sent to Mark on Friday. So I think the best option would be to not get into like a similar situation with the Sponge Docks gateway sign, is to do like a rough draft for like an RFP purpose, set a budget, and then to say this is where the city wants to put it. We're asking for the sign companies to put a design together, and then at that point we will grade the RFP somehow and select one of the designs that way. I talked to Jay just briefly about it, and he said that's something that the city can do. Is they could do like a 25% design. Let's say you select where the piece goes, like Mark said, on the piece of property next to the train station going over the Pinellas Trail, and then you kind of leave it up to the artists and not necessarily artists, but designers with sign companies and so on to kind of come up with some different ideas. I do like something that's a little more substantial. It's black and color, powder coated, that looks more traditional, like the railroad arm or railroad crossing signs. Something to pay homage to the railroad system that ran up and down Pinellas Avenue. I'm sorry, Pinellas, and then also right next to our train station. So I do think it would be a nice asset and a nice compliment to the city. The people I've talked to were more leaning towards kind of what they're seeing with the Defending Freedom down in Dunedin, but obviously with some different wording than what is on that. But I really do like that idea with the arch over the road from the train side.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I support this. This is something that we've been talking about for years on the board. I think Rodney Chapman was with us actually with the last that we talked about this, and there's been issues and there's been, new findings of fact, which is fine. But I think the biggest issue was the location. And the biggest challenge was some of the other underground utilities. So, now we have the area identified, which is good to go, and I can appreciate that. And my preference would be, given that this has been, an ongoing project for so long, that we not, try and convolute it more than necessary. I'm good with the more traditional railroad looking arm, and or just the fluted powder coated poles with our own message, similar to defending freedom, but our own message, and just keep it simple to the message. I don't think we need to design the arm. I don't think we need to design the poles or have all kinds of, different things that we incorporate as it relates to the historic district. I think the fluted arms in themselves are historic enough in character. If we can just come up with, for lack of a better term, a slogan, Venice of the South or something. But I mean, really, I think that's all we need. I don't think we need to get too crazy with designing this thing. But I do definitely support it. My recollection of costs is somewhere around 100,000, 125, I think I remember from years ago. So, but who knows if that's accurate in today's terms. That's just for the record.
Commissioner Donovan?
Good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I agree, I think, with the board's comments in terms of the St. Petersburg and Dunedin ones. I just don't think it's the right fit for our downtown. It does look a little Disney-esque in terms of the coloration and looking so modern. So I would definitely prefer to see something more traditional, maybe similar to the Dunedin one, the second one that Vice Mayor had submitted. But I guess that's my big question for staff now is what, do we have any idea, any clue what this might cost?
No, we looked the last time, and I think, Commissioner Terrapin, I think that was for both sides of the road to do two of them. So I think it's half that price. But
yeah, I think the most recent we talked about it was less than 100.
Yeah. So again, depending what you want, we would, obviously go out to bid and stuff. We'll find that out.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll have more comments once the bid comes in. In terms of the design, definitely I would prefer something more traditional, but if it was going to cost us like $100,000 to do it, I would not support it. So I guess I'll have more when the bid comes in.
Commissioner Viticuris?
I'm kind of having a little difficulty in understanding the traditional meaning a single mast arm. Is that correct? Or something that's going to have two masts, one on either side of the trail and an arch across the top? What
It would be a single because we've only got that one side of the road to operate on by the depot.
So it would be a single mast arm.
Yes.
And somewhat arched, curved, is that correct? Or not necessarily curved, it could be straight across.
Straight.
Like a traffic light mast
Yes.
arm. Okay.
It could be curved too.
Could be
height reasons.
Mr. Licouris, can you share the screen to make sure that we have a clear understanding what we're talking about?
That would be very helpful. Thank you, Mayor.
I don't know. I don't have that document. I don't know if. Yeah.
It's on page 32 of our big backup. So I think anybody attending the meeting that has our backup up could probably share their screen. It's on slide 32 of agenda item 4. If anybody can.
Ms. Lemonson, you still there with us?
I'll try and pull it up, Mayor.
Yes, I'm here.
Can you share this the screen?
Sure.
I think Mark Jump is trying to do that for us.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Make sure we're talking for the same thing.
Yes.
So which page was it?
32, 33, 34, I think, in that area.
This was item 4.
32, slide 32. where it starts, right there.
Keep going, one more.
One more.
Right
That's
there.
it. Right.
Right there.
That's it. That's the one. That's the traditional one.
That's maybe I'm mistaken, that that's for a railroad crossing. I'm not sure I understand how that would be something like a traditional. I mean, you've got one on the opposite side of the road as well. I would prefer going back to not the ones before, which is all the way across the road, but back the other way. The first ones that were part of the staff report, 32, I would suspect would be the number. There's actually not necessarily anything like that, but along the lines of what Commissioner Terrapini was saying, a little more historic with a fluted mast and something that is not an erector sort of kind of a truss looking effect that was shown in that very last slide. I think that we have the other part of this is now, is this over the trail somewhere?
No, that's in Dunedin. There is no trail there. It's just paying homage to the trail bed where the Pinellas Trail is now.
Right. So I don't know that that would be that, and then I think those are the highway signs above, I would suspect. I would think something a little more, that to me is not traditional. I would think something along the lines of maybe the fluted base with an arch, black, something with the lettering very similar to what we have on the train depot, which is that tarpon springs kind of an arch sort of thing, and maybe the brand. I think we paid a lot of attention to the brand on the directional sign. Put that aside and demonstrate that it's Tarpon Springs. That would be my preference. And Mayor, and Vice Mayor Carr and the others, I don't know what you meant by traditional arches, I guess is what I'm getting at. Is this what we're talking about? What I'm looking at right now is what?
Yeah, this is the best example that I can see, but I kind of like the idea that Vice Mayor brought up, that if we have somebody to design and bring us a 25% design, at least we get an idea where we get. Is this something that it's a workable, Mr. Licorice? To include the fluid, yeah?
You just got to tell us what to put for the bid. You just need to give us direction on what to put the bid out for, and we can do it.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could add a couple of things, if that's all right.
Yes, fine, Mayor, go ahead.
Mr. Jump, can you just page up a little bit, please? So this here is a good example. These are fluted poles here. And ultimately what we'd be looking at is removing like the pole that's on the left. And then you'd have the pole that's on the right, and then some type of phrase that would go over the trail. If it would be historic downtown, or I don't know. I don't remember what the train track is called back when it was here, but maybe it would reflect something there, but that would be to be determined. But I think ultimately it would just be, you would have a fluted pole on the far right next to the train depot. And then you would have some type of mass coming out, curving over the road. And I mean, it sounds like that's kind of where everyone's leaning, or at least the majority are leaning towards. I just don't want to take away some type of creative idea of what it could look like, but simple is better in my opinion. A large fluted pole with some type of wording across the side, I think across the sign is going to do best serve. So I'm willing to support whatever the simplest way to go is in this situation.
Are you saying to have 1 footer pole and then go across all the way to the other side of the street? Just you know,
I'm not sure if it can make it to the other side of the street, or if it'll just go to like the trail, like just, it would go over the southbound lane and also the bike trail. If it could make it all the way across, I think it would be great. But from a structural standpoint, I'm not sure if that could work, but if it can, I would say, yeah, go all the way across the street.
That's,
Is that Commissioner Terrapini, was that kind of what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's that's what I was thinking. But I mean, I share your concern. I don't think from a structural standpoint you'll be able to span it the whole length. But I mean, if you got it 3/4 of the way there, I think you're doing what we need to do, or at least what we're intending to do. But I mean, I don't support going out for bid to design it. I don't think that's necessary. I mean, we just did it. We're gonna do a fluted pole with an arm across and a slogan. How hard is that? I mean, I don't see a reason to have to go out to a 25% bid to try and get somebody to tell us what to look like. I think we can give clear enough direction to staff to at least get, a concept of what the big cost is going to be, and then pull the trigger. I mean,
yeah.
I'm okay with the fluted pole, but I mean, going across, if it's too far out, it's not going to look balanced. So I'm not really sure it's going to look good.
And that's something that I agree with that. I mean, if it would be halfway to the trail or something along those lines, I think from an engineering perspective, there'd have to be some type of engineering on the ground to say that it could support this far. So I would be in agreement with that.
Mayor, may I speak?
Sure.
I think we're on the right track. I'm a little. At some point, you're going to have a structural engineer involved in this thing to make sure nothing happens to it. Not just the vertical weight on it, but also wind loading and trying to twist it around on its base is going to be, if you make it too long and too heavy, like you have right there on that Defending Freedom sign, that's a lot of sail area, although it doesn't seem that way. When you get a 40, 50 mile an hour wind blowing down Safford and it's beginning to funnel, it's quite a bit of a stress on the fluted pole. And if you try and strengthen it, you're going to give up something on the fluted pole design as well. It won't be quite fluted. It'll look more something like an industrial pole, which I don't think you're going to want either. So I agree with Commissioner Terrapini. I just don't know who on staff I'll be honest with you, I really don't want to get Cardinal involved in this stuff, but maybe if we still have that through the planning department. What was the name of that company that helped us with the design on the directional signs? Are we still under contract to them? Do you know who I'm speaking of?
Yeah, no, I'm not sure if we are, but I can find out.
They did the directional signs, and they were very patient with us. I mean, I wasn't on the commission, but the consultant was very patient with the commission and worked through the design with us. But if something like that was available, kind of a level of effort through the planning and zoning department, I think that would be the way to go. And then once the design is set, if we need some structural work, or leave that up as part of the bid that the sign company or whoever fabricates this for us would include that engineering as part of their bid, that would be the other way to go on this thing. I think we're all talking about the same thing. It's just the artistic aspect of it, trying to keep it simple and so it doesn't cost us a lot of money in that regard. I'm not sure how you feel about it, the rest of you being plural, all of you. But that would be the way that I would. It's kind of an in-between the way the mayor was talking about and Vice Mayor Carr, and also what Commissioner Terrapini was talking about, was to utilize somebody that we've got a track record with, who's has shown some patience with us and can work through this and get us to the end of this. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I had to say.
Well, Mr. LaCourse, who really didn't give you a very good direction, did we?
No, well, you gave me a place to start. I can start looking on what was just said. I think I got direction to go to the next step to try to get something more concrete to you. So I'll work on that.
But what Commissioner Vatiquiola said also, to make sure that we have a structural engineer to make sure that the sign and the pole is strong enough. to be able to sustain all the heavy winds.
Yeah, well, I think that can be part of the bid when we go out to bid for it. I just think we need that look. We need to get that, find somebody for not a major price to give you that look, just for you all to say, that is what I want. And then in the bid, they'll have to do they'll have to do all that, the people who bid and stuff will do.
Okay.
So we'll start looking at how to get that done, check with that, who we did, depending on the price, and maybe something within my price range that I can do that's a lower price. So I'll look into the different options, and if need be, get back with you.
We could Google some images too, probably to get an idea to help. So.
Okay. Any other comments on that?
But Mayor, just one. The only
Sure.
other, to repeat myself and state this, the longer the arm across the trail, the more you're going to give up on the design as far as the mast and things. It's going to look really beefy and probably get away from the fluting aspect and look more like something you'd have on a traffic light, which I don't think is what the commission wants to do. So I agree with everything else that everybody said, but I just wanted to remind the commission of that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that finishes up our 11 projects that we have in progress. And we're going to go to the public comments. Ms. Manousis, do we have any emails?
No emails received.
Okay. Mr. Jump, do we have any attendees wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion based on all the recommendations and the things that we gave to Mr. LaCourse.
This on item 4 altogether?
All 4, yeah. All 11 projects.
You're going to repeat everything that we talked about?
No, not really.
I think I got consensus to move forward on all of them in 4.
So I don't know if we need a motion on that, since we have individual consensus on each item, on each project.
Well, the only again, back to that railroad arm, I know that the city manager is going to come back. Are we talking about January timeframe on that again too?
No, I'm sure we're going to have a meeting where we're going to have 1 or 2 CRA items on that we'll have. It'll probably be on a, I'd bring that back on a CRA meeting before one of our regular meetings. Because I need to bring that back to you sooner than January to get started, to keep the time frame going.
And so sometime between now and Christmas, I would suspect.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Well, it's 9:26. I'd like us to take 5 minutes break. We'll be back soon. Okay?
Good.
We now reconvene the CRA meeting at 9:31 p.m. The next item on the agenda is number 5, fiscal year 2021 budget year projects. Mr. Licouris?
Yes, I just wanted to put on the agenda to talk a little bit about what we budgeted for this upcoming year. The grants, when we already talked about grants, and as you know, you did add money to the grant program. So I know that was going to be covered earlier, so I didn't go into there. The first item I want to cover is parking. If you remember, we dedicated $100,000 for whatever use for parking. And Karen, I think you've got a presentation, a map to show the different areas for possible parking that we wanted to show you and look over and just have any open discussion about. Can you put that on the screen, Karen?
Right, so just put this map together for discussion purposes. The yellow that you see, these are the city-owned, the current city-owned lots. The orange, these are privately owned lots that are used by visitors and they're used during special events. This is the Truist Bank, Latour, and the Wells Fargo lots. And then that orange on the bottom here, this is that little parking area next to the public library that, a lot of people utilize that. And then the green, these are the church lots. And the blue ones, these are the ones that we looked at as having potential to be leased for additional downtown parking. There's several of these sites. This is the lot behind the Flagship Bank. That's already a parking lot. I think there's been discussions with that. On Lemon Street here, this area here is already, I think it's got shell down or gravel, and it's being used as for some storage. This little lot here is right across the alley from Johnny's. It's a grassy area. Same with this one. This is next to ours, smokehouse. It's a small lot. This lot here, this is on Gross and Tarpon. This had previously been used for First Friday parking. I don't think they've used it this year at all, but this is a pretty large lot. This is also grassy. And then up here, this is the lot, the vacant lot next to Margot's Plant Store on Safford and Center. This again is a grassy lot. So those were the blue areas were the ones that we identified as could be potentially leased for parking in the near future.
Okay.
You take that off there, unless anyone wants to leave that.
It's okay. Leave it on there so
Okay.
when we discuss it, Mike, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, I was just showing you because obviously the direction is to any area available for any type of parking we need to look at.
Yeah.
So if the opportunities come up, we wanted to show you the different possible opportunities. And again, as they come, if they come, or if you want to approach people that come, and these are the areas we have to look with, not only in this upcoming year, but for the next 5 years of possible availability for either leasing or buying some extra space for parking. Obviously, the hope is the Latour site, but there are many others that you can see on there that has some possibility. Some not many spaces, but some to add some pretty significant spaces. So I'd just be interested to hear what the board has to say about these and the subject in general. Not only the 100,000 we've got budgeted for this CRA year, but what we're going to look for in the future of the CRA.
Thank you. Mr. Licouris, I'd just like to remind to everyone that as a team, we created a priority list. Number one item on the priority list was the parking in downtown. And as you mentioned, we wanted to purchase the Latour property to build additional parking, but seems like Mr. Latour hasn't decided what he wants to do with his property. Meanwhile, we got to be looking for other options that you already have mentioned. But I think my first option to me is to purchase a property for parking. And then the second option is to lease a property for parking. So I'm not sure those areas that you have identified in blue, are those for sale, or just have you been able to make any contact with them?
No, these are just possible areas. These are just possible areas where there's open space for parking.
Okay. I like to, I think it's a very good idea if we just approach those property owners and see how they feel about, what they want to do, sell or lease, and then come back and let us know exactly what your findings are. That's my take on that. But it's having a parking in downtown. It's something that we must have. But of course, Latour property was the one that we like to have, but it seems like he's not ready for it. So we need to look for other options. So let's take a look at all those blue properties that you have shown on the map and see if they're available to buy or to lease, and come back and let us know. Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. I do want to point out on West Tarpon Avenue and West Court Street. So the old Sun Bay is city parking currently today, and then West Court Street is going to see a substantial amount of parking places added as well compared to what's there today. So I think that's an area that could be highlighted as well on the map. Something to look at from like a land perspective. I know the Kukulakis, Mr. Kukulakis looked at developing the land on Orange and North Ring at one point. Although that's not developed yet, it could be a great piece of property to lease for parking. It's a huge flat piece of land.
Vice Mayor, can I stop you for a minute?
Sure.
I don't think Mr. Kukulakis will be interested to lease because he's thinking about pursue the project that he was thinking about doing.
Okay, no, that's great to hear. But I was just talking about from a short-term perspective. Until he breaks ground, it could be an opportunity. I would encourage him to break ground as quickly as we can. And if we could help with any type of impact fees or anything along those lines, being within the CRA, I hope we could work with that as well. The owner where it's East Lemon Street, where that East Lemon Street sign is or where it is, he has reached out to me with interest with leasing to the city of some sort. And he also owns that piece of property just north of there, as well. It's a small parcel that runs east and west that they could fit a few cars. But ultimately, coming back to like the parking discussion, I feel it's important to start allocating money each budget year towards the parking garage. The parking garage is going to be spent, it's going to be a substantial amount of money. And I think it's important that we look at that as a whole and that we start allocating funds. I mean, looking at the pieces of property today that the city owns, I mean, Mother Mears parking lot could be a spot where it could go. The Latour property coinciding with the city parking lot and the Wells Fargo parking lot would be ideal, I think, overall. But to spend $100,000 specifically just for leasing the land, I don't think is necessarily the best option. Parking is at a premium right now in downtown. Every time I'm down there, I hear people complaining, and I have issues myself finding parking. But I think it's important that we start putting some of those funds aside into like a dedicated account for a parking garage. And I'm totally for leasing some property in the downtown district. But like you said, Mayor, we're not going to know unless we knock on their doors and ask them if they're interested in leasing some of the parking overall.
No,
what's that?
Leasing or sale, either way,
right.
Yeah. We have that information.
Yeah. So, I mean, I do like where the old, I think there used to be a hotel where the East Tarpon Avenue is, well before any of us were alive. It's that big vacant land that Karen mentioned that there was parking for First Friday. There used to be a hotel there. Obviously, that's a huge piece of land. People would see it when you're coming into downtown Tarpon. Also helps the businesses on the east side of downtown Tarpon as well to create some parking for those areas. And it's visible when you come into Tarpon Springs. A lot of our parking lots aren't necessarily not necessarily super visible. So that would be beneficial as well. But I'm in support of anything we could do to find parking for downtown again, but I would like to encourage the city to look at allocating these funds each year to a parking garage. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Terrapini? Commissioner Terrapini?
I'm here, Mayor. Sorry. Couldn't see that I was muted. So yeah, obviously I'm in support of the parking movement. I think we're all on the same page with that. It's pretty disappointing to me that we weren't able to make a deal with Mr. Latour, but obviously he's got, his own rights and his own use for the property. So I won't argue that or belabor that point. My biggest thing would be to try and own the parking and invest in owning it and not just lease it for eons and eons, unless it was just a good opportunity with a fair lease rate to try that. And I'm a big proponent of trying to take pieces off the chessboard so they don't act as distractions in the event that they aren't in play, being they're not for sale or the owner's not willing to sell or lease. And also I think that we should be looking for the most centralized location for our parking that benefits the downtown to the fullest, right? And I think that we're growing tremendously north, south, east, and west, which is great. And obviously we're forward thinking to begin with. But my preference would be to try and find opportunities that are more so in the core that are going to be utilized to the fullest starting day one. So that said, I think my direction for staff, at least my preferences, would be the areas that are highlighted in orange that are privately owned. I think that it's safe to say that those three owners, SunTrust Bank, Wells Fargo, I guess you could include Latour, but then also the Maverick Mattis over there next to the public library. I think I'd still like to reapproach those people from a lease standpoint. And then the property that I would be interested in to try and buy would be some of the flagship bank parking lot, given that it is already an existing parking lot, and we wouldn't have to basically develop the site into a parking lot. So I think there's a lot of value from the city's perspective there. And I think that the new parking on Court Street will get gobbled up relatively quickly, especially if we're fortunate enough to possibly move the Safford house to the Hoffman lot. I think that the potential lot on North Safford is a little bit too far, and also the East Tarpon Avenue over there where the old hotel was on the corner of Gross is a little bit too far. And then the smaller parcels, the Lindiakis lot on Tarpon and Ring, I don't think, my understanding with him is he's going to build a building there, so I don't think that that's going to come into play. And then, as much as every space counts, I think that the little piece behind Johnny's, I think that that's just a little bit too small, and I'd rather focus our efforts onto something that had a little bit more bang for the buck. So if I was to give direction, I would give direction to the Lemon Street piece, the West Court Street piece in terms of buying, and then trying to work an angle on leasing some parking in the privately owned places that we know people aren't going to want to sell. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I really love this map. First of all, I think we should definitely do something, if we haven't already, something similar down by the sponge docks. I think it was a really good visual. I agree with Commissioner Terrapini's point about trying to keep it as close as we can to the actual, I guess, downtown hub, you could say. For that reason, the property just north of like East Center Street, I would probably shy away from that, just because, if I'm driving around, I'm going to do anything I can to find a spot closer than that. I mean, that would be that would be like last resort, first Friday stuff. I mean, I would park pretty much anywhere to get a little bit closer. So I would definitely kind of take that off the board. Have we approached Flagship Bank at all already about either a lease or a buy? I'm sorry, that's for any staff member.
You're mute.
Yes, they have approached me, and they're supposed to be getting back with me. So my indication was sometime in possibly end of October, November. So I'll have that information when they contact me back.
Okay. And then I guess an additional question is of these spots that have any sort of potential for us, how big of an area do we need to create a parking garage? I guess structurally, engineering wise. I've heard from a couple residents, oh, why don't you build it, behind Flagship Bank, or why don't you put it where Mother Mears is, stuff like that. I guess just for like a point of reference, which properties would and wouldn't be big enough for a parking garage in theory? That, if you don't know that, that's fine. You can get back to me. I mean,
I know the Latour part, but it takes more land than you would think it'd take. There's not many of these to do that. And again, I think the main focus is we got to get the land for surface parking, because for instance, Latour, if we were able to get that, the advantage of tearing down that building next to the surface parking could probably last us for a while we tackle the, exorbitant cost, as they found out in Dunedin, of parking garages. So I don't think there's probably the Flagship could, the Latour property could, but I'm not so sure any of the other areas would be. Of course, that's not my area of expertise. It's, just what I've heard and learned.
okay. And absolutely, I know we're desperate for more parking in downtown. I understand that. I think the whole board is on the same page with the parking movement. But at the same time, I don't want to enter into a deal that's not favorable for the city. So that's something I'd be really wary of leasing anything, because I feel like the city tends to sort of get screwed when it comes to leases in the long run. Same thing with some of those smaller properties. I'm fine to still approach them. But I can't imagine that the value is going to be there for whatever it would take to purchase or lease them for the, however many spots they could be, whether it was like 5 to 10 or something like that. But again, I'm pretty consistent with, I believe what the mayor said initially was just to, approach as many property owners as we can, try to see where they're at, and we can make decisions from there.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaticiotis.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I do have a few points to make. One to Commissioner Donovan's question as far as the minimum size of a parking garage. I actually looked into this. If you look at the Latour building, there was some idea of building a parking garage on the city lot, as you see right there, the two parcels that are to the right of Latour. That wasn't going to work, right? And then Latour, if you take into account Latour's property in those two parcels, you would have pretty much the minimum size you would need. And basically what you wind up trading off is the ceiling height in the parking garage versus the size of property. So the bigger the property, the higher the ceiling, the bigger type car, SUVs, that sort of thing that you can get in there. If you get too small of a property, you're only going to be able to put compact cars in there. And also you'll be cutting back the landscaping around on some of the other amenities, lighting and that sort of thing. And you'll wind up with something that you see down in downtown Tampa. And I'm not sure that would be something that you would want in the middle of the historic district. My thoughts on a parking garage, and I think it's inevitable from hearing the commission, and they've been consistent on this, is to not just look at the Latour building, but actually talk to the Wells Fargo Bank and see if they would be interested at the appropriate time of selling half of that property along with the Latour property and our own property, and be patient about it, and maybe file some letter of intent that that's what we would do in the future if they were amenable to that, and then just wait and see what happens. And because I don't think that there's the only other option of a location would be behind the Flagship to the west of that. But I did talk to Mr. Sarukas, who owns about half of that property further to the west, and there's some issues with building anything on that site right now. And I'll leave it to the individual commissioners to talk to him about that. But I did speak to the city manager briefly about that. And there's going to be some issues, and having myself grown up just to the west of that, down on Lemon and Pineapple, I used to see activity up there from an environmental perspective that has actually shifted around. So it might be something for each of you to talk to Mr. Sarukas if you know him and get his thoughts on it. I don't think he was interested in selling anything, is what he told me, which was about 2 weeks ago. I spoke to him. Happened to be about food trucks, but this came up in conversation. And so I don't know that maybe Mr. Kuskudis and Mr. Crosgrove would like leasing their property or selling it. That certainly would be the case. But I don't know, as far as a parking garage, that would be the best site because of the things I just mentioned to you. From my understanding, in other cities such as Dunedin and things where parking is a problem, they've actually worked some kind of an arrangement with some of these places like Trust Bank over there to the on East Tarpon Avenue, maybe Wells Fargo, maybe Kuskudis and Cosgrove to actually cover the insurance, because I don't think that they are allowing public parking at those locations at this point. I don't believe that's the case, but I think we could maybe approach them as far as providing insurance coverage to allow public parking, and maybe there will be some kind of a lease payment, but I hope it wouldn't be as much as what we would do if we were just leasing it outright from somebody that doesn't have any use for it anyway. So I think that would be the smarter way to approach it. The Mother Mears Park, I think for the time being, we should probably leave that as it is. And again, my focus would be on putting blinders on and just focusing in on Latour and half of the Wells Fargo Bank for a parking garage, and take on Vice Mayor Carr's comment about setting some money aside in some kind of a sinking fund. I think you're going to be shocked the amount of money that a parking garage is going to cost, especially for something that could be like 3 stories with rooftops. So in effect, it would be 4-story, but the 4-story wouldn't have a roof on it. Be open parking, and you'll be shocked at the price tag that comes along with that, just because of the floor loading from traffic and vehicles, and sprinkling and fire safety, life safety, elevators, everything that's going to go that we do for commercial buildings is going to have to go into a public parking garage. So, but anyway, those are my thoughts. I think right now City Manager LaCourse, correct me if I'm mistaken, we budgeted $100,000 for leasing property. Is that correct? In this for the CRA? Didn't we do that?
It was really for any purpose to do with Tarpon, with parking, which could include leasing, which I don't know if we're going to buy anything for 100,000, but it was dedicated money to anything leasing or buying of property that we may do for parking.
So, from my perspective, I really hate waiting on things and having City Manager, of course, beating the bushes to see if anybody's willing to sell. I mean, we budgeted 100,000. I really want to get more parking downtown. If you go to Google Earth and you do a flyover the downtown, you do a flyover the sponge docks. I mean, the openness of the sponge docks with regard to the commercial parking lots, the downtown doesn't hold a candle to that. I mean, if there's the worst situation for parking in the city, I'm talking about commercial parking as well as public parking. It's the downtown area that needs it the most. And I think if we budgeted 100,000, I think we need to turn the city manager loose and have him come back on a date certain to report back to us with what he's found to be able to do some instant parking, those places that are already paved. I think the grassy areas, I think we're going to run into problems with Swift Mud and in our own land development code as far as using parking on those grassy areas without developing those into parking lots. And I'm not interested in doing that until we get absolutely no from the existing parking lots that are there now, such as Trust Bank and the flagship parking, and also maybe Wells Fargo Bank as well on that regard. So those are my thoughts, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah. What I like to see is, look at this map here. There are not very many places that in blue that property is actually available for parking. It's probably 5 or 6. And if you eliminate the one on East Center Street, which is kind of far away, there's not very many left. So what I would like to do is, if we have consensus to give directions to Mr. Licouris to approach the owners of this property and come back to us and tell us what's available and what the cost will be. Either they sell or they're willing to lease. And then we can determine if the lot, it needs to be, it needs to have a retention pond or any of those things, and how many spaces we can get on each one of those properties. And that way we have something that we can decide on. Right now, we don't. But the longer we wait, the worse it's going to get. So we need to react on it, in my opinion. So if I have consensus, I like to.
Mayor, may I say something else?
And I've got something too. Yeah.
I don't mind taking that approach, but I'm just letting you know right now, I've already spoken to a number of these people. They're going to be saying, yes, we're interested. And then what do? I can tell you some of these people that are interested are unreasonable. The city manager knows that as well. So I'm not sure what kind of direction we're going to give them, other than, because the approach that we would be taking in that particular case, I don't think we're going to get anywhere in a hurry. I mean, we can try it. I don't object to trying it. I just don't think that the commission needs to have high expectations that the city manager is going to come back with something tangible in the approach that we're giving him. I think we should narrow that up a little bit to see, I think, target a couple of these, Trust, Flagship, Wells Fargo, right off the bat, and ask them whether they're interested in leasing and then do the other part as well in parallel with this other effort.
Well, actually, it's only 5 properties that we have available. Altogether, 5 of them. Look in the map here. So they're not really that many that he can actually go and approach the owners.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good, Mayor. I've had my say. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor?
That's what I would like to see. Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I kind of have a different approach than what a couple other commissioners have said. If Truist Bank and Wells Fargo Bank and Flagship Bank historically have let people park in their parking lots after hours, and their guests are currently using the parking lots today during normal business hours, I don't think it makes sense for the city to try to acquire those pieces of property. And then you're going to have the same people use them from the bank. It just doesn't make sense to me. I do get it to have some type of an agreement, maybe for a liability standpoint, but if the bank's are already allowing the city residents to park in their parking lot without being towed after hours, I don't really see why we should be approaching those individuals. So one thing that I don't think we talked about is the property next to the public library. I believe Commissioner Terrapini maybe touched on it briefly. There's an orange property that touches a yellow property. I do think there's a building there with like a hair salon or a nail salon or something like that. I'm not sure if the city's evaluated that from a space standpoint, if you could combine some of the space that's at the public library with that to see if a parking garage would fit there. Again, it's across the street from the Latour property, but I think it's still centralized enough for downtown Tarpon. So if that property is available to be purchased to look at for a parking garage, if something would fit there, again, I don't know what the measurements would be for a parking garage. It's not really in a residential area. I think Flagship is behind Flagship Bank. You're really approaching a residential area. And I don't think that's the best spot to put a parking garage. I think the city should at least look at the orange piece of property that's next to the public library, because it's touching public property, and that's something that maybe we could look at from a parking garage standpoint. But from there, though, I think the East Lemon Street would probably be the best next option after that one. Thanks.
Well, since we have so many ideas, I will entertain a motion so we would have a clear direction to Mr. Licouris.
All right. I'm happy to make a motion to ask Mr. Licouris to talk to the private property owners if they're interested in selling their property first, and secondly, if they're interested in leasing the property and the expectations. Obviously, I'll be open for some more suggestions in this motion, but there's a lot of different ideas that were discussed tonight. You're on mute, Townsend.
Vice Mayor, do you want to include on your motion that when Mr. LaCourse is asking also to find out how big the property is and how many parking spaces that we, who might be able to have?
I think that's imperative to have that idea or have that information for
Sure.
any further decisions to be made as a commissioner, for the Board of Commission to be made. So that's a must.
So we have a recommendation from Mr. LaCourse, what he can be used for.
Mayor, could I say something?
Yes.
Okay. Just as it relates to downtown parking, my thing is I'm not only in favor of a parking garage, right? That was just something that was discussed, more of a long-term thing as it relates to the Latour property, or maybe something else that makes sense. But if we have an opportunity to pick up, a piece of property that's 100 by 150 and it's already a parking lot and it already has, 30 or 40 or 50 spaces, and it's in our urban core in an area that we've identified a parking lot, I'm good with that. It doesn't just have to be a parking lot for me, as long as everything else makes sense, all things considered. Cost per space, development cost after that, the location, etc. So I'm not only in favor of a parking garage, I'm in favor of any parking that makes sense. And in addition to that, my thinking with approaching the banks regarding some kind of a formal lease is only as it relates to mitigating risk, right? I mean, they all have signs today that say no parking and you'll be towed. So, I mean, that's just a matter of the day in which they say, hey, never mind, we had a brawl in our parking lot last night and we're getting sued for X amount of $1 million. And by the way, now we're enforcing the no parking and you can't park there anymore. So that's that. It's not trying to spend good money after bad. It's just a matter of, waking up the next day and us not having the parking because today they're turning a blind eye to it and tomorrow they're not. So that's just my sense. I mean, I'd like to see a motion that gives some pretty good detail and gives the city manager direction to move forward on things that are real possibilities and not just continuing to explore with property owners who have already stated that they don't want to sell or do a deal.
Mayor, so with the comments, a couple of items that I would like to see in the motion would be to inquire about the blue properties that are listed on the map, other than the Cedar property, to see if the property owners are interested in selling. Secondly, from a lease standpoint with the banks, I think that's important because I brought this up a couple of years ago from a liability standpoint, and Commissioner Terrapini hit the nail on the head, is that they could pull that at any time, to have some type of lease agreement with those banks, to talk to see if the banks would be willing to put a lease agreement in place from a liability perspective and have it in writing to say that they would allow parking after a certain hour available to the city residents. I'm not sure if that's clear enough to the city manager or if there's some other points that want to be brought up.
Are you amending your motion, Vice Mayor Carl?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
So for a clarification, Vice Mayor, the motion is to direct the city manager to talk to the property owners in blue about buying their property for parking and talk to the banks about some form of an after hours formal lease.
Yes. Yeah.
And how about all the parking in orange and talking to about some kind of an after hours lease?
Yes. I mean, all the parking in orange would make sense.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
Yes.
Chair Alahouzes?
Yes.
Mayor, did we have public comments on that or?
That'll be in the end. This is portion A of number 5.
Okay, thank you.
We're now going to Tarpon Avenue and downtown, which is.
Mayor, point of order, just for explanation, I don't know that we should be voting on anything if we're going to go to public comments on these at some point. What's the point of going to public comment if we've already voted on them? I mean, that's just a thought on my part. I would think that we would ask for public comments before we voted on anything. I mean, I don't know that there's anybody on board that is going to make a comment, but I just think as a matter of procedure that we would not do that until we at least give the opportunity to people.
Well, let's discuss all three, and then we go to public comments. We can always modify that if we have to, I guess.
Okay.
Tarpon Avenue and downtown is the next item, Mr. LaCourse.
Yes, that was item put in the budget. Commissioner Vaticiotis, I don't know if you want to start with that and stuff, because it was one of your items that got placed into the budget for the CRA.
Right, I can keep it brief. I basically told the city manager I'm very interested in getting something done. And it's not a hard thing to do. We're talking about some acorn lights, some trees out of the tree bank, the crosswalk on Hibiscus that was already done. And then there was some things in a different area of town that we'll get to at a later date, the sponge docks areas. But for these, I told the city manager I'd be more than happy, I think as Vice Mayor Carr had offered to do, to walk down and actually spray paint some locations of where there's missing trees and acorn lights that are missing, and where the area is large enough, and then kind of come up with a tally. I've already done that once, but I didn't want to get arrested for spray painting anything. But basically but we're looking at about 20, 25 trees, and then also about the same number of acorn lights. And it actually, I'm not sure how far the CRA goes, but some of this actually extends beyond the CRA on Tarpon Avenue. But there's a number of things, for example, that are just simply missing acorn lights. We've missed them, and I know that the city manager, and I believe it was Mr. Funchen, also said that that a lot of that was doable. We just had to take a little closer look at it. So I think that would be the approach that I would like to take, is just to allow me to spray paint some locations, maybe then have the city manager come back with some drawing showing you where those are, and then get final approval from the city commission on that. Is that, I mean, City Manager LaCourse, would that be
Yes.
acceptable? Okay.
Yes.
I think that would be the easiest way.
Vice Mayor Carr, do you have any comments on that?
I'm in support of adding more acorn lights to the city. I'm not really in support of moving acorn lights right now, but in adding them and adding trees, absolutely. Wherever we can add trees and acorn lights, I think it's going to be a benefit to everyone.
Well, it's
And
coming
thank you,
back to us
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
regardless. It will come back to us. Vice
You may
Mayor.
want to look at doing like just a Google Earth picture, or I mean, instead of getting the spray paint out and spray painting, you may just want to do Google Maps to make some notations on the Google Maps. That might be easier to do. So we have that.
I didn't mean to interrupt, Mayor. I just, Vice Chair.
You finished, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do we have any other comments on that?
I guess that's I support it fully as well. But I guess that's just my question, Commissioner Vaticiotis. Are you actually going to spray paint stuff, or?
No, it would be that marker paint, that orange marker paint, and then the city staff is drawing together. But I did do a flyby on Google Earth, and believe me, we need a lot of work, and it's the basic stuff. And I couldn't get that one drawing on the screen, but many of the acorn lights down Tarpon Avenue, and admittedly, I'm not going to deal with the ones outside the CRA, because unless the city manager would like me to do that and plan for that in the future. But a lot of the acorn lights are on private property. It's just a matter of going 3 feet across the sidewalk, underneath the sidewalk, and relocating them on the side of the road. The electricity is already there. And for example, down as you saw on Safford, there's just basically acorn lights that are missing. And I think you recall the story on the acorn lights. They were equal spaced at each property line, which is about 50 feet. There was a redo on the Tarpon Avenue in the process of taking it over from the state. And that's when it was taken out. The conduit for the, this predates the city manager, the conduit for the acorn lights simply was overlooked in replacing it. And then they had to go back afterwards and do a lot of jack and bore and stuff and put the acorn lights where they could. So we lost that uniformity look because of that kind of a botch up back then. And then also, again, those real tall lights downtown that I mentioned. If you look at those, all the utilities are underground, and that was all part of it. That's where we have the poles in there right now. Those were done at the time that Tarpon Avenue was redone. So I think this is just a real simple way for me to do this, and I think obviously it's just all I'm going to do is just focus on trees and acorn lights. That's it. Nothing else. And I was actually going to spray paint.
Yeah, I would recommend like chalk. Maybe chalk. You can take your picture and then cover your tracks with like a bottle of water or something. I don't know. I would definitely no. I wouldn't do any paint.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. It's up to the city crew with what they want to do.
Okay. Commissioner Terrapini?
I'm
Sorry
good
we
with it,
skip
Mayor.
you. Huh?
No, I don't. No, you don't skip me, Mayor. I'm good. If Commissioner Vaticiotis wants to go through and mark the areas that we've had the acorn lights not been replaced over the years and areas in which they're missing, I'm absolutely good with that. And I would encourage everybody to try and think about where to plant trees. I mean, that's an easy beautification win for all of us to look at a vacant right of way and say, man, we got plenty of money. Let's plant some trees there. So I would encourage everybody to do it.
These are making my heart glad.
It's very important that we beautify the downtown, and all of us to work together to do that. But I want to make sure that we understand that as commission, we provide policy and direction, and not micromanaging Mr. Licorice. We need to provide him with direction. What we want him to do. You guys can work together and everything, but going spray paint sidewalks and places like that, to me, it's micromanagement. So I will not support that. I'd rather we give the direction to the city manager to perform the task.
Mayor, I don't mean to interrupt, but my objective is to get something done. I don't want to have any of the stuff I'd like to get, that I was instrumental in getting approved the budget. I really don't want to roll over. I really don't. I want to get it done this year, and next year.
And I understand that we all trying to do that. We all on the same page. We just don't want to, we just want to make sure that we provided the policy and direction to the staff to do that. Let's just stick with that.
The city manager knows me very well. I've been in his shoes. All he has to do is tell me to get out of his face. I'd be more than happy to do that. And without any repercussion on his part, or obviously I'm only one vote anyway. So he knows.
Well, no, don't misunderstand me. This is, we all on the same page. We're all going to get the downtown to look beautiful and make all the improvements that is. Just want to make sure that we're not micromanaging our city manager and provide him only the policy and direction that he should have. I'm sure when you were city manager, you don't want anybody to busting you around. You just wanted somebody to give you direction and let you do it.
They couldn't catch up with me, Mayor. I ran as speakers on. Of course, I was younger then too. So.
Okay, so are we okay with that?
We're good.
We're
good, Mayor.
What's the next one? Decorative statues.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes. And again, that was approved in the budget. Commissioner Carr, obviously we've had some developments with the art committee that, we passed it to them and they passed it back kind of and stuff. But I just want to bring this out to discuss the concept and move forward, talk about it. So Commissioner Carr, if you could go over it, what you'd propose for the budget that we got budgeted for this year.
Yeah, Mayor, are you okay with me moving forward with that one?
Yeah, sure. Mr.
Okay,
Lucas doesn't tell you that. That's me.
So, thank you. The backup really would start with my letter to the Public Art Committee. It really kind of called out some statues, and these are statues that are not like custom statues. These are statues that are like production statues, but they still have some good qualities to them. And so there's a couple of them that I think would serve well along the trail. And a couple of areas that we talked about tonight potentially could be behind the old Winn-Dixie, where like there's a rollerblader and then a couple kids on a tricycle, or even potentially over by Pinellas Auto, if there's some sidewalk taken out that potentially could go there as well. And then there's, and this is one of the last 2 pages of the backup, there's a dolphin that is about 51 inches high, a bronze crane, which is 3 feet tall, and then herons on a stump, which is, I guess, 4 feet tall, and then a pelican. These are some of the areas I was looking at where would either be around like the Mears intersection of Safford and Mears, or actually in the medians, like in front of the Shepherd Center, or in front of the produce stand, and over by Muzzy's, where those medians are. And the idea for that comes from when I was visiting Sarasota, down by St. Armand Circle. They have or they're like cast concrete statues out in their medians, and I thought it was a really nice compliment to the art in their district. And again, this is something that we could do for minimal cost from an art perspective. I know that the purists will probably not be super excited about it, but I would say about 98% of the population will be pretty excited about it. So this just kind of gives some ideas, not from a micromanagement situation. I just want to propose some ideas of where they potentially could go, and staff could come back and say yay or nay. But I think there's a good opportunity to really enhance the area, either along Tarpon Avenue, Pinellas Avenue, and Safford, with some of these statues. And I'll leave it at that. I'm happy to have any questions or any other discussion points.
Vice Mayor Carr, being that those statues are production and we're not really sure, what do you think if we just install a couple of them to see what kind of quality they are? And if we are happy with it, we can continue in other places?
Yeah, I really like the last 2 pages, which is like the dolphin and the birds, the 3 birds and the dolphin. I mean, if you're looking to start with anything, I think starting with those 4 would be a good start.
Okay.
What is that? 2, 4, 5. That's maybe $6,000, $5,000 to $6,000. And from there,
it's my recommendation because I'm, it's a production statues. I'm not really sure what the quality will be. So let's look and see if we just install a few, or a couple or something. And if they're good, we'll continue, put them in other places too. That's a suggestion. What do you think about that?
myself, I mean, if we could start off with 4 of them, I think that would be a good start.
Okay. Commissioner Terrapini?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I know that there's a little riff with this idea with the Public Art Committee, and that's fine. I mean, they should, they are more of a fine art, one of a kind type thing. So I can understand that they don't really want to mess with this other than have some input on the location. My thinking would be, if you're going to have something like this in areas where there's greater traffic, like on Pinellas Avenue, that I would like to go with bigger pieces there. Like, for example, the heron on the stump is 48 inches. That's pretty good size. I mean, but I would think that with this type of product, we would want it to be, pretty big. So it makes a statement. I'm not a fan of the dolphin. To me, I'm born and raised here in Florida. It's just like total cheesemo to me, the dolphin. So I'm out on that. But the heron, the bronze, the kids, on the rollerblades, I think, on the Pinellas Trail, I don't think that the pieces need to be as big, given that they're more like pedestrian friendly, but things that are on the roadways, I would like for them, if we're going to do it, I'd like for them to make a statement. And I'm okay with, selecting a handful to start initially.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this up. I think this is going to be really neat for people to take pictures with and just notice as they go along the trail in that area. As far as starting off small with a few of them, I'm okay with that. I get that. I agree with trying to go for some of the bigger ones if we can. I just think the smaller ones, you might ride by or drive by and say, I kind of missed that statue. Really like the crane and the heron. Dolphin's fine with me too. I don't like the pelican wharf one. If we're just getting a little specific, to me it just looks like it's like already old and beat up. Just kind of with the metal. So I really like the idea. I really like all of them. I just want to make sure that once we get them in, I'm not going to look at it and be like, okay, this looks like it's been used. So I do like the idea. I do support the idea. And I guess that's all I got for now. I know we'll talk about this more.
Okay. Commissioner Vaticius?
Well, I guess, I shouldn't say I guess. From my perspective, I think, Mayor, your idea is a good one to start with a couple of them. There's a lot, I'm kind of an engineer. I always think of those things first about how they're going to be basically secured to the ground. And this wasn't, don't take this the wrong way. I actually had thoughts of drilling holes in the bottom of them, filling up with concrete, because these things are not very heavy. And if they're not secured in some way, they're going to basically disappear. And I don't know what the value of bronze for scrap metal is these days, but I would imagine you might find a couple of them in that location. My feeling is if we wanted to start something slow, and I appreciate the heron and everything, and that's kind of jumping in with both feet, but I think a couple of the little baseball players at Little League Field would be really nice to start something like that, to get how we're going to actually secure those to the ground and get those pinned down before we start putting into something a little more public. That's just my thought. There's some other things along that line. I think there's two of them there. And I think the kids that play Little League would get a real big kick out of that. And quite frankly, I think as far as photo ops, you might get a lot of activity in that regard too, with a younger crowd wanting to do that. As far as a trail, I know we're going to have to go through Pinellas County on that. I don't know what their policy is or anything like that. So that's what I'm getting at. There's going to be a lot of detail work that the city manager and his staff is going to have to work out, from not just securing the statues, but getting permission for some of these locations that are not under our control. And I would also like to start off with something simple to see what the appreciation and popularity of something like this would be. And I just think that the Little League fields, a couple of these little statues would be real low risk in that regard. It would be, don't read too much into what I'm saying. I think that's just, for me, the best way to approach this without trying to make these things too visible and maybe having made a mistake and putting them in some locations, and maybe if we'd had thought about it a little more, done something differently. So that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. LaCourse, who's going to be doing the installation? Who's going to build the base? Is something that we do in house, or they're going to be the contractor's going to do in there? The seller's going to do in there?
No, for these type, we do it in house.
You do it in house?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, I think it's a very good idea if we start small. The two baseball players are probably a good start, and then we can grow from there.
Just remember, you're talking about an area outside the CRA, so it wouldn't be under this.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah,
but I like the baseball. I'm gonna figure a way to get the baseball players at Cicero Field. We're working on plaque and some other things, so I'm still. That's a great idea. So I'm gonna work on.
Honestly, I kind of like those two. I like those two statues too. Yeah,
I do too.
Yeah, but I forgot that it's not a CRA area.
Mayor, but I'll work on that for our regular budget to bring back too. So,
Mayor, can I make a suggestion on
Go ahead, Vice
staff
Mayor
here.
Carr. Yes, go ahead.
So going within the CRA district, is a dog park within the CRA district, Mark? It is, isn't it?
Karen, can you?
Out.
I think it's just out, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is in there?
Winner. So I just want to, there's like a, in the backup that the staff provided next to the Pelican and in between the bicyclists, there's a I think it's a golden retriever. I can't really tell what it is. I am a little biased to the golden retriever, but that's a smaller statue. It's something we could install at the dog park as you're walking up to the park. That could be a smaller one to test out. And I think another one that would be good to test out would be the herons on a stump. That's a little bit bigger, but it has a nice base on it that could be secured to the ground. And then what my suggestion would be is to use that like in the landscape area that Tom was talking about earlier along the bike trail, or if there's an opportunity to put it in one of the landscape beds to where you're not going to walk up and touch it. It's gonna be something that's gonna be part of the landscape and complement the landscape because you don't want someone trying to ride the bird or sitting on it to where it would break. That'd be a couple concerns that I would have. So to start off with two of them, I think those would be two good ones to look at. Obviously, one's a smaller one for the dog park, but it's a decent size still. And then the other one would be the herons on the stump, where we could potentially put that in a couple of different areas. And Mark, you could probably come back to us and make a suggestion what would be best to put that or where to put it.
Good.
How about that little tidal area over there on the south side of the dog park where the fitness center is? There's that little tidal area there where the Pinellas Trail kind of goes past it. And I think we had a air filling station at one point there. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the heron's cool because it's, you know, he's kind of a tidal bird. So it would be fitting over in that little tidal marshy area.
Yeah, and there's also one on Mears on the east side of Safford at the southeast corner. There's a retention pond there. I'm sorry, in the northeast corner at Mears and Safford. I think it's on one of my pictures. That would be a potential, but again, it's another marshy area just to think about.
Okay. So we're going to go two statues at first.
Fine
Move
with me.
the CRA and one at the ball field.
Yeah, ball field. Yeah, that's Mr. Liquid's going to come back with that. Let us know. Right.
Well, we can, I'm sorry, Mayor, for interrupting.
No. Go ahead, Commissioner. Yes.
I think the golden retriever that Commissioner Carr at the dog park, and also the heron on the stump at the tidal area at the picnic area, I believe is what Commissioner Terrapini was talking about at the dog park, would be a good place to start. From my perspective, it'll give us a chance to try these things out, to get it pinned down as far as how we're going to actually secure them to the ground, and we'll learn something from that. If we want to do another heron down at the other end by Mears and Safford, that would be fine too. But I think right now it would just be good just to kind of learn on some of these things, as the mayor had pointed out at the beginning.
Okay.
That's a good start.
Yeah.
Agreed.
That's in the CRA, right? The Mears and Safford?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And Mr. Liquid, you'll come back with the other two, with the two baseball players, right?
Yes.
I like those two. They're nice.
Yeah. We'll come back at when you're acting as a BOC, the BOC and not the CRA. And
Right.
We'll look at those as we're looking there, because there's some money available. So I'll get that together and get it back to you, because I like those. It'll also go along with the Craig Dolan is working on a plaque of the history type plaque, just ours, not anything else, for us to go at Sisler Field. So that'd be a good compliment to go with the plaque sign he's working on to bring back to you. Those baseball players would go along with that. So.
Do you have a clear direction, Mr. Liquid?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And we go to public comments. Ms. Manousis, do we have any emails?
No emails were received.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody that is wishing to speak on this item?
At this time, we do not have any public in attendance.
Thank you. Well,
When we-
I don't know if we
when
need a
go to six
motion.
and
I'm sorry, go ahead.
When we go to 6 and 7, I just noticed I was supposed to be time permitting by both 6 and 7. I see it's only by 7, but just for consideration, I put those at the end of the meeting. If we had time to go further, being 10:30, we might not have time to go further. So I just want to point out, I'd considered both of those as a time permitting item. So for you to consider if you want to go on or this is enough for one evening.
Okay. I'm not sure if we need a motion on that since we,
On which items, Mayor?
this is the item we just talked about,
Oh,
the fiscal year 2021 budget year projects. This is the parking, the Tarpon Avenue downtown, and the decorative statues.
I think we got a vote on one and a consensus on two, so I think we're good.
Okay. Our city attorney is quiet, so I guess we're okay, right?
I would interrupt if you were.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. LaCour, as you're taking back item number 6 and number 7, is that what you're saying?
I'm just leaving that for your consideration, that considering the hour.
Well, let's talk about the item number 6, Tarpon and Safford Avenue with vision. I think it's good to give you some kind of direction where we'd like to have. And then just number 6. Being that our business area in downtown, it needs to be extended. I know we did quite a bit of work on Lemon Street. I'm sure we have more improvements that we need to do, but I think we need to concentrate more on Stafford from Mears all the way to Live Oak and see what improvements we need to make. And that way we can attract more business to that area. Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. City Manager, what is this Tarpon Avenue and Safford vision? Is this like the intersection itself? Because I know we've talked about evaluating the intersection.
Anything like
perspective.
I just meant that for our major area town, to just have a discussion, whether it be about the intersection or other things we want to look at in the next 5 years, just to get some ideas. We're also going to be dealing with this when we get into our planning priorities meeting that's coming up. I just thought while we're in the CRA, we might have some chance to talk, but obviously we can still talk about CRA items like Tarpon and Safford in there. So it was just a discussion to look at, especially major things that we may look at the 5 years. But some of those things like you're talking about, or some visions of Safford we may have and stuff, I just don't think we have the time to get into any of those issues tonight on there. And we should probably address that at future meetings.
Yeah. I mean, I could get pretty deep into this pretty quickly from parallel parking on Tarpon Avenue that was brought up during the budget. There is some discussion that it was liked, but this isn't the timing to do it. Evaluating a 4-way stop or right-hand turn only at Safford and Tarpon Avenue. Evaluating the corridor to see if there's any other grants that we could push for more housing on Safford on the east side as you get south of Lemon Street. Maybe senior housing of some sort. How do we incentivize some redevelopment along the north side as you approach some of those large lots as well? So, I mean, I think we could spend a whole night talking about Tarpon Avenue and Safford Ave. So I'm happy to go in further discussions at a later time, but those are just some of the things that I could think of off the top of my head for this corridor. But he's ultimately first and foremost, in my opinion. And I do the Tarpon Ave and Safford Avenue is just like is a cluster at times when you're driving through there. So any way we could evaluate that and bring that to the forefront, I think would be appreciated by many, many people. Thank you.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Thanks, Mayor. I would just say that, we've literally just talked from one part of the CRA down to the next part of the CRA, for hours. So for pushing 11 o'clock at night to talk about the next 5 years about Tarpon and Safford Avenue, for me, it's not the time to do it. So I'll hold my comments back. I mean, I think we just had a really productive night, throughout the CRA, the special area plan in the downtown. So I'll save the vision planning of the next 5 years for a fresh meeting and not pushing 11 o'clock. Thanks.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I agree with the Vice Mayor's points and Commissioner Terrapini's points. I don't think we really have time to go too in depth on this, but I definitely want to emphasize some of the traffic signage, pedestrian crossing in that area. I think that's something we definitely need to take a look at, see how we can improve. But other than that, I think this is something we can talk about another time.
Commissioner Vaticius?
Yeah, I'm Mayor. I'm going to take it a step further. I'm with Commissioner Terrapini, not just on number 6, but on number 7 as well. I think we had a very good night. We should count our blessings that we did, and I think we had a
Yeah, I think we had a very, very successful meeting. Yeah, it was very, very good meeting. So since we're not going to be talking anymore on item number 6 and number 7, so that concludes the CRA meeting tonight. And we go to staff comments. Police Chief?
No comments, Mayor. Thank you.
City Attorney?
Nope, everyone have a good night.
Thank you for being here with us tonight.
My pleasure.
City Manager?
No, sir.
Ms. Manousis?
No comment.
Vice Mayor Carr?
I hope everyone has a great week. Looking forward to our next meeting.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Nothing to add, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan?
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Vaticius?
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing.
I don't have anything either. Well, that concludes the CRA meeting. It's adjourned at 10:38 p.m. You all have a good night. Thank you.
Night.